Star Report. I'm your host, Star. Welcome to the show, Monday afternoon research edition. Okay. Carnival Cruise, new rules, has some people in their feelings. I'm not falling for the racist trap. Not today. Over the past couple of weeks, there have been some brawls, and I've got a couple of videos that I do want to play, more so from the news reporting the fighting. Okay. And the fighting is not exclusive to one culture and or group, just so that we're clear. I've got some videos that go back 7 years. I've got some from Carnival Cruise, 2 years ago, their then president giving an update on policy changes and protocol and conduct. So they're constantly updating things. But with regards to social media, I'm seeing the word racist and black people being thrown around. Based upon my research, I saw a female with a nasty wig talking very lower tier, talking about she left the kids home and it seemed like she wanted to turn up. And thus the reason why the brawling has sparked. I'm not going to say her name. And I'm not going to play the video of her. I think she's getting enough traction. I'm sure she's, getting her numbers up, if you will. But this is what I have found to be the source. And other people are saying, well, they no longer play rap music. Well, contrary to the reports, I have a statement here from Carnival Cruise saying that they still do play hip hop. Their DJs, play a wide variety of music, including hip hop. Maybe they just pulled back on the low-grade hip-hop or rap music because hip-hop is dead. Maybe they pulled back on all of the N-word and the bitch and the nigga. I'm sick of that, and many of you are sick of that as well. I remember back in 2004, I was in Connecticut going into a Foot Locker, and they're blasting all sorts of profanity, and I had to say to the manager, I said, hey, excuse me, can you turn that down? So if that's where Carnival Cruise is, I'm all in favor of the new policies and things that will, put the degenerates in their place. Or you know what? Take your money elsewhere. Let me say early, where are the black-owned cruise ships? Where are the black-owned cruise ships? Why are there screams of racism in 2025? Good afternoon, folks, in my live chat. I'm going to talk to you shortly. But yes, Carnival Cruise has responded to the, I don't want to say backlash, but to the dust being kicked up on social media about they racist, they no longer want people to have external speakers. I don't blame them. If you're on a goddamn cruise ship and you've got some degenerate, whether he or she is black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, turn the goddamn music down. I would like to listen to the ocean or hear nothing or just not hear you blasting the Yang Yang twins or G-Unit or whoever at 3 o'clock in the morning. They've also put into place curfews. I agree with that. And I'll go down the list of things here. I'm just giving you some early context. Curfews for minors. Passengers 17 and under must be out of public areas by 1 a.m. I think it should be 11 p.m. myself, but hey, who am I? Let me say earlier, I've never been on a Carnival Cruise. I just don't, I have no interest in being in that type of environment with a bunch of people, and especially since the pandemic. I mean, it's not like I'm a germaphobe, but I wouldn't want to be that close and confined areas with strangers, okay, if you will. All right, so that's my main topic this early afternoon. Carnival Cruise, new rules, has some people in their feelings. Showrunner. I've got two showrunners because the first one, most people may or may not know who I'm talking about. But I stumbled upon a recent video of Len Bias. By a show of hands, or put up a one in the live chat. Have you ever heard that name? Len Bias. I want to play a video and then we'll have a discussion. How good was he? Now, I became a huge Michael Jordan supporter, but Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics, that was my team in the late 70s, into the 80s. But when Michael Jordan came on the scene, I had to give him his props. But there was a guy, and correct me if I'm wrong, 1 year younger than Michael Jordan, and they used to battle in college. And he unfortunately, he did some cocaine after he was drafted to the Boston Celtics. And I think he had a heart attack, cardiac arrest. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have to refresh my memory. And he died. He and Michael Jordan were rivals, but they were also friends. Michael Jordan was one of the first, or if not the first, to send flowers to Len Bias' family when he passed away. So I would never say he was better than Michael Jordan. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking how good was Len Bias, because he was drafted to the Boston Celtics, and that Celtics machine, if you will, their proven strategy throughout history, that was a force to be reckoned with. And it took Michael Jordan over 5 years for he and the Chicago Bulls to finally get it together under the direction of Phil Jackson. At first, it was Doug Collins. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Len Bias could have been, in the opinion of many people, one of the greats. So we'll talk about that. And a little bit later, we're also going to talk about child support. What's my other showrunner here? Hold on a second, because we're doing a research edition here. Did child support change your life? That concept came by way of Horace Grant, former NBA great. Horace Grant, correct me if I'm wrong, played. He got 3 championships with the Bulls, and then he got 1 ring with the Los Angeles Lakers. I saw a story recently where either parts or his entire NBA pension is going to pay, I can't even say it, is going to pay his child support. Lord have mercy. I know nothing about child support. I'm just going to be honest with you. I've said to you guys before, God bless. Thank you, Jesus, to the women who got and put their feet in the stirrups and killed my babies. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah, Father. I don't know what I would have done if I would have had to pay 18 years, if not more, of child support. Anyway, okay, phone lines are open. And I've got a couple of other things we may touch on later. Guys, I see some of you in the queue, but let me get to the videos first. Len Bias, oh, and something here. Oh, and thank you for your videos with regards to Lake Lanier. We'll talk about that later, okay?
Disturbing video captured the moment a massive brawl broke out among Carnival cruise ship passengers in Texas, resulting in more than a dozen people being banned from the liner for life. The violence erupted as passengers were disembarking from the Carnival Jubilee when it docked in Galveston on Saturday, following a week-long Caribbean trip. Footage shared on social media shows multiple passengers barging past barriers to trade blows, with one man shoved to the floor and then pummeled by a handful of others. Multiple security guards can be seen running toward the fight, but they struggled to immediately contain the melee. Several open suitcases were left scattered around the terminal in the aftermath. A Carnival Cruise spokesperson told the Post that the incident occurred in the debarkation area under the authority of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and that the matter was turned over to law enforcement. The company said, "We will not tolerate such behavior," adding that 24 people have been placed on their do not sail list. At least one person was arrested, though police have not revealed what sparked the ruckus or what charges were filed. For more stories just like these, be sure to subscribe.
Okay, that's from the New York Post. Okay. Here's another video just to give context with regards to a brawl, Carnival Cruise, 7 years ago. So we're not just going to accept, that it's racism against black people. People get on these cruise ships and they do the most. This is CBS News. Hold on a second. We're going to take our time here this afternoon. All right. Then we'll open up the floodgates. Here we go.
This was the scene for 3 days on a 10-day Carnival Legend cruise in the South Pacific. Friday, the ship turned into a floating fight club, forcing some of the 2,100 passengers to lock themselves in their cabins.
Horrifying, like people screaming, running around, throwing glasses, everything, like nightmare.
Blood everywhere, people's faces getting smashed in. Yeah, they were full-on attacks.
The attacks blamed on a group of 23 people traveling together, origins unknown.
They were just roaming the decks, just looking to pick on like any Aussie they could find.
Others blame the ship's security guards for escalating the chaos.
They put handcuffs around their hands, used them as knuckle busters, and punching women, 16-year-old kids, everything.
They were on the ground in handcuffs, begging for them to stop, and then the security just kept punching them.
During an unscheduled stop in Australia, police removed the group and then continued the scheduled trip. Ali Bauman, CBS 2 News.
Carnival Cruise Lines is offering the passengers a 25% future cruise credit as a goodwill gesture.
Let me take area code 919. You're my first caller. 919, are you there? Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hey.
How are you doing, Star?
Good. Who's this?
We'll just call me Mr. Gentrification.
Oh, boy. Okay.
And what topic do you want to talk about first?
Carnival Cruise. That's the main topic. Are you up to speed? People are saying racism, fights, brawls, new policies, curfews. That's the main topic.
It doesn't surprise me. Ever since the video of years ago where people were stuck on the boat, I've had no interest in going on those. I think of the Carnival Cruises as like Walmart on a ship. I don't want to be around any of those people, especially on my time off. And my mother-in-law, she's pretty hood. I don't want to, and she's the one who comes to us and says, "Hey, we should go on a cruise." And I don't want to do anything that she would be interested in.
You said hood. What does that have to do with what we're discussing? Hood. What do you mean by that?
She would be the type of person to bring some kids and not watch them on the boat.
Okay. Okay.
She's the one who's going to want to bring some weed on there. That type of stuff.
And to be clear, the brawling has gone on long before the pandemic. You were making reference to the pandemic? Yes, no?
Well, no, I was making a reference to years back. Something went wrong. I don't remember exactly, but everybody on the boat was stranded.
Okay.
And I think the toilet stopped working and whatnot.
Right.
It's a liability.
Yeah, and I can understand people wanting to go on these cruises to get away and have a good time. And under the pressure, being out at sea, drinking. I mean, I've never taken a Carnival cruise, but there has to be some type of professionalism to some degree. So the cries of racism that are being kicked up online, that's specifically what I'm trying to address. You want to speak to that?
I would say that there's probably a little bit of a culture shock. You probably had boomers that were their primary customer for many years.
Right.
And now you've got a younger generation that's taking it. And the younger generation is not, I guess you'd say, doesn't have the home training.
And they have
I'm not going to say it's a race thing, but it's I'm going to say that it's a cultural difference between generations.
Well, regardless of their color or lack thereof, today's generation has an issue with parameters. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would say that for sure. Like the whole thing there, they probably show up in pajamas to stuff that an older generation would probably wear some formal stuff too.
Right. So any final suggestions, or do we just, as you said, and I've seen other people make that Walmart reference as well to Carnival Cruise, do we just see it for what it is now? The Walmart Carnival Cruise, take the cruise at your own risk, kind of like Spirit Airlines. Is that just what it is?
I think it comes down to the boardroom looking at what insurance costs are or the price per transaction for their new demographic of customers. And they've got to decide whether they want to accept it or if they want to shift towards a different crowd that costs less money per transaction. And that's all I got for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. All right. Good call. I want to try not to go in on what I perceive to be the issue, But let me just say again, salute to those of you who are foundational Black American. And if anybody wants to call in and explain what delineating means, yes, you have to separate. You have to. Otherwise, you will be blamed for other people's scamming, nonsense, and everything else that goes along with, riding on a Carnival cruise. And again, I have no interest in going. Let me go to area code 480. Hey there. Good afternoon. Research edition. Please watch the language. 480. Yes, no, maybe.
Oh, hello. This is my first time on the channel. Sorry.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing. How about yourself? Carnival Cruise. You have to speed on the brawling and the tension going on?
I just think, it's a lot going on right now, and people are going through a lot, and, we just want to relax. We just want to have a good time. We don't really want to deal with a lot of...
Your phone's breaking up a little bit. Can you make the adjustment so I can hear you, please?
Oh, okay. Hold on one second.
Okay. Her phone dropped out. I didn't hang up on her. Darling, your phone dropped out. Do you want to call back? I would like to hear from you. Let me try area code 347. Good afternoon. We're talking about Carnival Cruise. Are they racist? Are you up to speed? 347?
Yeah, no. I don't think they're racist. I've been on about 6 cruises.
Your phone's going in and out, sir. Can you make the adjustment? Your phone is going in and out.
Yeah, can you hear me?
A little better. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, so I've been on about 6 cruises all over Carnival.
Wow.
Right? The first one was in 2012. The last one was in 2003. The first one?
Sir, we're losing you. Can you call back? I'm sorry. Your phone is going in and out. Please call back. Can't do it. I want to get to this Len Bias video here shortly. Well, let me try this number here. Hopefully the audio is good. Hey, 609, are you there? Good afternoon. 609.
Hey, Star.
Hey,
Star. Good afternoon. It's Big Keys calling out of Jersey.
Hey, man. How are you, sir?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Len Bias. He would have definitely been a legend. I'm gonna give you another player too. Who used to play for.
No, sir. I want to stay with Len Bias. I don't want to go all over the place.
Oh, okay.
And I haven't.
My fault.
I haven't played the video yet. But you watched him play in college.
Yeah, my dad, me and my dad, he used to show me videos of Len Bias. I'm 44, so okay. My dad, he showed me videos and stuff. Also too, y'all know you asked the question about child support. Did it change your life? How did it change your life?
I haven't gotten to that yet, but hang on a second. Right now, it's either Carnival Cruise or Len Bias. If you want to call back after I play the Len Bias video, because I was aware of him, but I can't say that I watched all of the college games. I'm simply asking people who may have, either watched him play or basketball aficionados, if you are that, and speak about, how good was he? Because his life ended shortly. Do you know if he did cocaine just one time? I heard that's what it was. He was celebrating getting drafted to the Celtics, and that was it.
Yeah, and it sucks that around that time, that's what a lot of players did. They did bumps here and there, before the games, after the games, So, yeah.
But I heard that was his one and only time doing it. Yes? No?
Yeah. One bump. Yeah. That was the first time doing drugs and had an impact on his heart and collapsed. All right.
Give me some time to play the video, but do you want to talk about Carnival Cruise, the new rules? People and their feelings?
Oh, yeah. I'm all for the new rules. It's about time they change the rules because Carnival. Like I've been on Carnival, a few times in my life. Ever since they took on these new theme parties, these new theme Carnival parties that they have now. Like you got the R&B, you got the soul food cruise, and you got the hip hop cruise. All of that is taking place on Carnival. Ever since they started doing theme Carnival cruises, that's when it started going downhill. That's when you see all the mammies, all the hood dudes started taking cruises because they wanted to go to the theme parties and stuff. that's when it all started. That's when they started taking a look into it. Like, all right, maybe we need to step back from that and start changing rules. Then I'm all for it now. They should have been did that, because I've seen videos, everybody fighting. I've seen marriages break up on cruises because the wife went to go holler at somebody else while she was drunk. It was just getting too much. It was becoming too much.
Well, people are always going to get drunk and high and do the most, and they're going to dance,
right?
And I'm okay with that, but it just seems to some people that Carnival Cruise is racist. Do you live, hold on a second. Do you live amongst black people? Do you go to events with a lot of black people?
I go to events with black people of certain age groups. Like me being 44 now, like I can't hang around the younger crowd no more. Anything under 35, anything under 35. Matter of fact, I'm about to start going anything under 40. Like, cause even the 30-year-olds don't know how to act no more. It's like you got aunties, you got young grandmas out there. And it's like, come on now. Like, how much twerking, how much hookah, how much weed you're going to be. I just like, you know what?
Let me jump in and say the older generation, my generation, black folk, good folk, good people.
Good folk.
I have great conversations with people from my generation and people in their 50s. But somehow, somewhere, hold on. Somehow, somewhere, I don't know where the turn came, but the newer, quote unquote, black folk, they are so proud to be ignorant. So I just can't buy into the whole racist label of the videos that are being kicked around on social media about Carnival Cruise. But get land your plane, please.
Me either. I can't like the whole like they just want to call everything racist now. It's not about race. It's just about what's been happening. They're taking into account what's been happening on Carnival Cruises, and it sucks that a lot of the happening has been of black folk going on cruises. Like you don't see Norwegian, you don't see Oasis of the Sea, you don't see any issues with them. You just see Carnival because of these new theme parties that they have, and that's why I said like I'm at an age like where. Like I said, I started going to jazz festivals now, and it's like I love hip hop. I love hip hop or R&B. But if I want a peaceful crowd where it's no drama, none of the extraness, I just jazz festivals from now on.
I appreciate the call, sir.
So, yeah, I want to call back about the whole child support when you touch topic on that.
Yeah, give me a little time. We're gonna be here this afternoon for a while. Okay.
All right, no doubt.
Thank
Peace,
you.
sir.
Yes, sir. Peace. Okay. How good was Len Bias? Let me look in the live chat real quick. Anybody? Any basketball aficionados? I had to refresh my memory. Yeah, I can see just a couple of people who think that just because a person is of color, that they should accept all of the low-grade ignorance of other people. No. And again, in case you've never heard it, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Let me play one more video here, and then I'll come back to the phones. Or maybe we should do the Len Bias video, huh? And then we'll come back to the... Matter of fact, let me see how long this video is, and then I'll set... Okay, it's not that long. Let me take a few more calls, and we'll come back to the topic, all right? Area code 616, doing research. Please watch the language. Are you there? Talking about Carnival Cruise 616. Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah. Yes, hello? Star?
Yeah, your phone sounds really bad. Yeah, your phone sounds bad.
Hey, maybe take this Bluetooth off. Can you hear me?
A little better. How are you? Good afternoon.
Yeah. Yes, how you doing? I'm in Michigan. Sorry about that. I'm a truck driver, so I pulled over and turned Bluetooth off.
How are you, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, how you doing, sir? I always listen to the show. I just got off a cruise March 29th through April. My birthday was April 1st, regardless of all that.
Okay.
I never had a problem. It was excellent. Everybody was nice. The kids' curfew were until 1 a.m. The only problem I had was the kids were hogging the pool the whole time. Other than that, I don't know about all these fights. I don't know about, I mean, everybody from different walks of life were so nice. It was called Carnival Celebration.
Okay.
And we took off out of Miami. So I don't know if that makes a difference, but it was a very mixed crowd, maybe 60% black. But besides that, all this stuff I'm hearing, I'm like, I don't know what they experienced, but all those other cruises, Norwegian, the other ones, those are all adults, and those are all older, you know, boring. I'm not saying boring, but they're all older, no kids at all. But I never had a problem with Carnival. It was my first trip, 8 days long. I would rate it a 10 out of 10. I mean, you couldn't drop a napkin without them picking it up.
Really?
Everybody was very, very helpful.
Okay. I don't.
So I'm not being unbiased. I'm looking for the issue, but there was not. There was no issues at all.
Well, in today's world, we have social media that can very quickly project a certain feeling, or sway the crowd, and it can affect business. So Carnival Cruise has responded with regards to these claims and allegations. And when you do a little research, as I have done, you'll see that it's not just black people that have been brawling and fighting, but it seems that it's picking up traction. And again, because of social media, we see more, and we assume it's just black people, and Carnival Cruise is being racist. Can I ask how old are you?
Yes. Oh, I'm 45 years old. I just turned 45 April 1st.
Okay. So do you, with regards to the DJs and stuff like that, and again, I've never been on a Carnival Cruise, do they play rap music that has profanity in it? Is every other song about bitches and hoes and niggas and I'll kill this nigga, kill that nigga? What is the context of the music? I don't know.
No, it was fairly. They had a couple of songs. But it was fairly. I would say more comfortable. It was more. There were clubs, so the DJ played it for Universal. You might have had a Summertime, Will Smith, Belle Biv DeVoe. You can had a couple rap songs, but they didn't let it get so vicious because they were trying to cater to everybody. Mm-hmm. So I'm being honest. I'm looking for the issues, and everybody was so nice. I'm like, man, where's all these rumors, and where's all the fights at, or where's all the aggression? Mm-hmm. And I just think, that 15 drinks a day thing, that is crazy. I don't know why somebody would drink 15 drinks a day.
That's a bit much.
But one thing I will say, for those who haven't been, they give you like a fire drill before. If you bring cannabis on this, you will be left at whatever island we leave you at. It's probably going to be $2,500 to get home. You'll be left wherever you at. They give you.
That's one of the policies. They've cracked down on policies such as handheld fan bans, Bluetooth speaker restrictions, teen curfews, and perceived ban on hip hop / rap music. Go ahead.
Yes, they have. And they played it fairly. That's what I said. I don't know if that was a different area. I'm not pro Carnival. It was my very first one. And I'm in the trenches. I've been around. I've been through all type of stuff around the world.
Okay.
And being honest, once they give you those rules, my thing for me was, I'm not going to get in the fight. I'm not arguing. And I think everybody adhered to the rules first. If you ignore them, well, you get in the fight and see what it costs you $10,000 to get home from the Bahamas, because there might not be a flight. Those are fools. I don't know who did that. I don't know why they would even take that chance.
Let me ask you a question before you go. You said you take cruises. This world.
Yeah. I've been around Israel. I've been around the world for a few different places.
Okay.
And once you know the guidelines, they tell you if you screw up, you're on your own.
Right. Are there any black cruise ship companies that I don't know? I would assume so. Yes.
Yes. But I only went on Carnival a couple times. That was it.
There are.
And I just never had a bad experience.
Hold on. To your knowledge, there are black-owned cruise ship companies.
Oh, no. I don't know of any other black-owned cruise companies. No.
That was my question. I thank you for the call, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I'll let the man speak. The kid says, why spend your hard-earned money to watch niggas fight and argue? I can go to any inner city in the U.S. and watch it for free. Well, now, hold on, kid, because we do want to be entertained. I was watching the brawls on Instagram and YouTube. Yes, I was. Thank you for your donation. Orange Juice Jones. If you're on child support, you deserve it. Pay up. Whoa, okay. Okay, give me a second here. We're gonna get to those videos, pardon me. And someone else said something about jazz and crazy work. I'm gonna see if I can find that comment. It wasn't too disrespectful, but I guess it was toward the person who called in a little while ago. Well, listen, people have to grow up at some point, so you have to grow out of certain rap music, if you will. I can't find your comment, but thank you just the same. All right, Len Bias. Let me play a video. It's I may not play the whole thing. It's 5 minutes, but please don't start with this. He was better than Michael Jordan stuff. It's not the reality. He was very, very good. He and Jordan battled. But he was not better, okay? A lot of people like to say that just because somebody died and the other person went on to be extremely successful. But we'll never know how good he could have been. Hold on a second. This video came out roughly 5 years ago, but it was very, very informative with regards to Len Bias. Here we go.
Before we get into the video, I want to make a disclaimer. Obviously, it is impossible to know with complete certainty what kind of player Len Bias would have been, but I do think there's evidence that allows us to speculate, and that at the very least, we can make an educated guess on how good he would have been. So let's get into it. Len Kevin Bias. Most of you NBA fans are familiar with this young man's tragic story, but for those of you who are not, let me at least give you a quick recap. Bias was a 6'8" small forward / power forward who played 4 years in college for the University of Maryland. Bias's game was filled with potential, and he was one of the best players in all of college basketball, as he was a 2-time ACC Player of the Year. Bias was also famously known to have epic battles in college with Michael Jordan, as they often appeared as equals in terms of talent and performance, or at least very close to it. Bias was a highly coveted prospect heading into the 1986 NBA draft. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Magic Johnson's Lakers and Larry Bird's Celtics were the premier teams in the league. The Celtics went on to win the 1986 NBA championship, led by their stars Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Robert Parrish. That 86 Celtics team is still considered to this day as one of the greatest teams of all time. Fast forward to the NBA draft, and thanks to a trade a couple years earlier with the Seattle Supersonics, the Boston Celtics owned the second overall pick in the draft the same year they won the championship. Cleveland had the first overall pick and needed a big man, so they selected the future All-Star center Brad Daugherty. So with the second pick, the Boston Celtics selected their exciting forward of the future, Len Bias. Adding a future Hall of Famer to the all-time great and defending champion Celtics team appeared to be a solidifying factor in continuing this Boston dynasty. But then, less than 48 hours later, while he was at his college dorm room celebrating with his friends, Len Bias had a seizure and collapsed. Soon after medical attention arrived, it was confirmed that Bias had passed away at the age of 22. It was simply a coke overdose, making Len Bias the poster child of the NBA's terrible drug issues in the 1980s. Naturally, this tragedy has gone on to make Len Bias arguably the greatest what-if in NBA history. So now that we're all informed, let's get into the meat of this video. First off, let's talk about Bias's skills and establish what defined his game and what made him such a unique talent. As I mentioned earlier, Bias was a 6'8" wing who could switch between the 3 or 4 spot on the court. He was lean, but very muscular. As a 22-year-old, he hadn't fully grown into his man body yet, but he still appeared as if he was ready to bully grown men in the post once he hit the NBA. He was incredibly athletic with a remarkably high vertical leap, especially considering his size. Maybe his best quality was his beautiful and smooth mid-range jump shot. With his solid footwork, tall stature, long arms, and high 2-foot leap, his jump shots were extremely tough to contest. He was very efficient from the field as well, shooting about 54% over the course of his college career. He wasn't much of a playmaker or a facilitator, but his two great gifts were essentially his scoring and rebounding. These are the key aspects of his game that I want us to pay attention to. I spent a lot of time thinking about other players in basketball history who were similar to Bias in terms of their stature, strength, athleticism, position, their skill set, and even their numbers in college.
Let me jump in right there. The reason why I'm even addressing this, because I'm not trying to in any way, shape, or form take away from Michael Jordan. That's not what this is about. And anybody who had knowledge of this young man's demeanor, I think that played a crucial part as well. Not just his ball skills, but he seemed to have the right attitude. And if he would have joined that Celtics system with the right attitude, he could have been a real problem. Let me just say that for Michael Jordan. That's all I'm saying. He seemed to have the right attitude. Len Bias.
Here's a few names I came up with: Dominique Wilkins, Larry Johnson, and Xavier McDaniel. Now let me make this clear before I continue. I think Bias would have been better than all of these guys, even Dominique, as great as he was. But what I'm doing is trying to get a basis to work from, looking at their college and pro statistics to give us kind of a general idea in what kind of a player we might be getting in Bias. All of these guys had varying degrees of great athleticism and strength, just like Bias. They were all pretty good scorers who had an offensive style similar to Bias as well. Take a look at the numbers from each of these stars from their last season in college. They all clearly had high expectations too, based on the fact that they were all top 4 picks in the draft. Notice their high scoring and rebounding numbers and also their lack of assists. Again, this is showing their similar tendencies. All of these players went on to be all-stars in the NBA, although Dominique was clearly on another level from the other two. In my opinion, Xavier McDaniel and Larry Johnson was Len Bias's floor. There's no way he wouldn't have been as good as these two players in the NBA, although like I said before, I think he likely would have been much better than both of them. The most comparable career I think he would have had would have been to Dominique Wilkins. Both great leapers, similar footwork, same height, same hot spots on the court, and so on. Remember how I said Bias had epic scoring battles with Michael Jordan in college while they played for Maryland and North Carolina? Well, you know who had epic scoring battles in the pros with Jordan? Dominique Wilkins. This is what I envision for Bias as a pro, like Dominique 2.0 on the offensive side of the ball, averaging 26 to 32 points per game in the prime of his career while accumulating 8 to 10 rebounds a game. But I said he would be better than Dominique, but that wasn't because of the offensive side of the court, but the defensive side. Bias showed incredible potential in college with his defensive prowess. He could frustrate players, cause turnovers, had a tremendous wingspan, and was a terrific shot blocker, often blocking shots you would.
Feel free to chime in and say, you know what? This guy would have been a cokehead and a wash. Feel free to say that because we don't know what he could have gone on to be. He may have discovered that fish scale that one time, and his life could have been changed forever. Could have been a total wash.
I think would be out of his reach. Dominique didn't have that on the defensive end, not even close. Another thing about the solo duels in college between Bias and Jordan. Bias had arguably greater numbers in college than Jordan did, and based on their talent and what we saw from them on the floor, he appeared every bit as ready for the pros as Jordan did. And how ready was Jordan? Well, let's put it this way. In Michael's rookie year, he took the NBA by storm, averaging 28.5 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists on 51% shooting. If MJ is any indication, then Bias would have had a significant impact immediately upon entering the league. Which brings me to my next point. Bias was joining the fantastic Boston Celtics. The year he would have been a rookie, the Celtics went on to the NBA Finals where they lost in 6 games to the Los Angeles Lakers. If Bias was as good as I'm projecting him to be, then I can't possibly see how he wouldn't have been the difference in that series and helped the Celtics win their 2nd straight championship. Keep in mind, Larry Bird was the starting small forward and McHale was the starting power forward, so the plan likely would have been to bring Bias off the bench. But with Larry dealing with ongoing back problems and with McHale trying to push through the playoffs with a broken foot, there would have been plenty of minutes available for Bias to shine as a star and make his impact. In an interview with Bill Simmons, Larry said that if Bias had lived, he would have retired in.
Someone in the live chat is saying Len Bias was buying cocaine daily. Can you send me the link to your source? I'm not going to repeat what you said until I can actually see what your source is. I don't know if Len Bias was using coke other than that one time that we know about and what ultimately, contributed to his death. There's my email address on the screen. Let's continue on.
1988, meaning the passing of the torch would have happened very quickly between Bias and Bird. It's likely then that Jordan and Bias would have gone on to have many epic battles through the years in the Eastern Conference playoffs. One thing I'm almost sure of is that by the end of Bias's career, we wouldn't have seen him as just another one of those star players that Jordan kept from winning championships. Because like I said, I think the Celtics would have won the championship in his 1987 rookie season. So in recap, how good do I think Bias would have been? Well, essentially, Dominique on offense with a hint of Larry Johnson and Sean Kemp, and significantly better than all of those guys on defense. Add on at least one championship ring, but maybe even a few if things went right. It's also important to keep in mind that he passed away from a coke overdose. If coke had continued to be an issue for him, it's possible that it could have screwed up his career even if he had lived. That has in fact happened with other...
Let's stop right there. I'm not laughing at his death, but he may have gotten hold of some really good fish scale and you say, you know what? Whoa, this is what I need to be doing on a consistent basis. And, the rest is history. Let's go to area code 404. Hey there, good afternoon. Research, please watch the language. 404, talking about a few topics.
Star, peace. What's going on?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to add on about the Len Bias.
Okay.
I was listening to your broadcast and I saw his name come up as a topic, and I wanted to add on about that.
Okay.
Yeah, growing up as a youth, I was able to watch him live.
Okay.
On TV, watch some of his ACC battles.
Okay.
And he was like that. He was mean like that. Yeah, he was a ball player. He had serious game, man. He came from that Washington D.C. area, right, on the Maryland side,
DMV.
And I think he's from PG County.
Okay.
One of those cities in PG County.
Let me say, I never heard of him until he died, to be honest with you. I never saw him live.
Oh, wow.
Hang on.
Wow.
Hang on. I never saw him live. But going back to watch the older footage, as I have over the years, and hear the stories, what made me even curious about his possible potential is the Boston Celtics philosophy and strategy. He may have fit right in there and became a great, but was he doing coke prior to the time that we know about, that many people have said, oh, he just did it one time?
Well, just like the previous caller said, he said it was a one-time thing. That was the running story.
That was the story.
We don't know. We don't know, but you put your thinking caps on, in DC, man, them drugs was running heavy in DC around that time. That's what got Alpo. That's what got Alpo down there. Rayful Edmonds,
right.
All those type of guys running around out there in the district like that. With that,
was he a hell of a ball player? On the court, but he was over the stove cooking it. I'm not trying to clown him, but what I'm not going to do is say, oh, he would have been better than Jordan. I'm not doing that. I'm just talking about his.
We're not. Yeah, we can't go that far. But however, it's always the what if of the potential.
Right.
I remember. I think I might have been about 14 at the time when he passed.
Okay.
And it was during the summertime. And, that's when Sports Illustrated was like a big magazine, not so much now. And I remember he was on the cover. And I remember the cover said Death of a Dream.
Okay.
Because, he's like the biggest what if. But yeah, man, he was a great athlete. And I didn't get a chance to see.
Hold on a second, sir. Frank White. Frank White always comes with the smoke. I appreciate you, Frank. He says no proof of him buying yayo on a regular, yet the medical examiner, state of Maryland, stated from the exam of his heart he used cocaine more than once. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's all speculation and conjecture. I would think.
Let's speculate. It's Monday. Hey, I don't want to talk about Diddy today. I don't want to talk about some of this other Cassie nonsense.
Right.
Let's speculate.
Right.
I didn't
Right,
see Len
right,
Bias
right.
play, and I'm admitting that. So come on, let's go.
Yeah, I don't think that was his first time. You know, well, I know the one thing they found him on campus.
Yeah.
You know that the incident occurred on campus in one of the dorm rooms.
Okay.
And I know that became a big issue with the school. Then they had to automatically fire the coach, Lefty Drizel. He got fired after that.
I didn't know
You
that.
know, he got caught up into that. You know, he wound up getting fired. Lefty Drizel was a real good coach.
Okay.
You know, yeah, but they had some epic battles, ACC battles.
Right.
You know, because that was like North Carolina had won a few years prior. They had won that championship in '82, and you know, Jordan was the man, and then here comes Bias, battling it out with him. Yeah, so.
Well, hold on a second. The first time they played in some type of college game, Jordan gave him that smoke. He smoked his boots. I'm going to get to that. So let's make sure that we acknowledge MJ. He stayed clean, to my knowledge. You know, he wasn't drugging, and Michael Jordan was never really into hip hop like that, right? Just never really cared for it. I mean, he said that on a few occasions, right?
I don't know if he said that. I mean,
hold on a second, sir. Hold on. Troll babies. Who was that? Jordan dissed a couple of rappers to their face. So was it Chameleon Air? So yeah, Jordan didn't fuck with rap like that.
I heard you talk about that.
I'll play it. If somebody sends me the link of Chameleon Air, I'll play it. He said Jordan dissed him to his face. But go ahead. So you saying that?
Yeah. But that wouldn't surprise me, because Jordan in the mid 60s, going in that era, hip hop really wasn't a big thing, back then. So that wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't into hip hop like that. But hip hop was into him with his sneakers and his brand and stuff.
Right.
So
right. Okay.
Listen,
I gotta take other calls. Can we just finish up on Len Bias? You're saying in terms of how good he could have been, what?
Yeah, well, I was just saying from experience watching him in college, because like back then, man, college basketball was on another level. You had the Big East going at it, and then you had the ACC as well. It was some real epic matchups. Guys stayed in school 3 to 4 years. Back then. They weren't one and done. So I just wanted to just call and just give my perspective, because I was fortunate enough to see him play.
Thank you, man.
In college. Yeah, he was that dude.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, Star.
Yes, sir.
All right, peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Deeds. Deeds sent me a text saying Terry Long, a former basketball teammate of Len Bias at the University of Maryland, testified that Len Bias introduced him to cocaine. If this nigga was on that fish scale, Jack, in the way in hell, he would have became better than Michael Jordan. Skylar Saunders, good afternoon, sir. Is that you tapping in on a Monday? Skylar Saunders.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Okay. 2 topics: Carnival Cruise, new rules, and Len Bias. What do you want to start, sir?
Let's start with Len Bias. I just, was cruising through his stats. He was double digits for 3 out of the 4 years that he played for Maryland. He had at one time had 7 rebounds a game. This was an immense talent, and I'm not going to be the one to say, yeah, if it wasn't for Jordan, Len Bias would have been that dude, that top dog. I'm not going to be that guy either. But
well, what are you saying, sir? Did you see this man play, Len Bias?
No. I've only watched various documentaries regarding Len Bias.
Okay.
And he showed the P word. He showed potential. That's all he did. He had the potential, but he didn't have.
You're from the.
Obviously, he didn't have the.
You're from the DMV area, yes?
No, I'm not. Delaware. Because they don't count Delaware as a DMV.
Pardon me.
It's all right.
All right. Well, listen, I'm trying to get some people who are really, really in tune with his one-time pedigree. Anything else you want to say with regards to Len, or do you want to focus on a Carnival Cruise or promote your platform? You posted a video, this morning about Flavor Flav. What are you going to do, Skylar?
Yes. I'll promote since you gave me the opportunity. Go to my channel, Sky Saunders, SkySaunders. I'm talking about Flavor Flav. He wants to do a ban on guns across the country.
He's trolling.
He wants to get rid of all guns everywhere except for police and military.
He's trolling.
He's trolling in a major magazine. He wrote an op-ed for Newsweek.
Yeah, he's trolling. Skylar, good to talk to you, man. Salute.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Okay. Salute to Flavor Flav. And Deeds also sends me a text message. L'Esprit Cruises is a notable venture aiming to launch the first Black-owned fleet of eco-friendly super yachts. Additionally, the Festival at Sea, founded by Patricia Nicholson Yarborough, is a well-established Black cruise experience. They probably won't even let anybody, blast rap music and other stuff. Anybody got that video of what was it, Nori? Did Nori say that Michael Jordan told him fuck rap or something like that? I mean, just for context. Let me play a little bit more of this. And I think the Most High, is that you in the queue, sir? Sit tight. Let me just finish up on this video here.
Great players in the NBA's history. But again, this is just my educated guess on the player he would have been. Let me know your educated guesses in the comments section. Thanks for watching as always. Make sure to like and subscribe for more NBA content, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Okay. How good was Len Bias? For those who care. Hey there, the Most High, is that you, sir, on a Monday? Doing a little research, talking about a few topics. The Most High.
Peace.
Peace. How are you, man? Thank you for tapping in.
Everything good. But yeah, in terms of Len Bias, in terms of Len Bias, it's all about potential. He definitely was an improving college player every year that he was in college, and one of the toughest conferences at the time.
Your phone sounds a little muffled. The Most High, your phone sounds a little muffled.
You hear me? Hear me better?
Well, yeah, it's better. Go ahead.
Copy. So yeah, he definitely was an improving player every year that he was in the ACC playing for Maryland.
We're losing you. We're losing you. We're losing you. Your volume, it's in and out.
Copy. I'll call back.
Okay, thank you. Most High. Uncle Kurt, I got your donation. Star, there are no Black cruises because Black billionaires are more concerned with slutting out broke girls, almost catching Ricos, and not owning anything. Thank you for your donations. Let me look in the live chat here. Carnival Cruise. What videos? I got a bunch of stuff here I could play. Child support. No. I don't want to just play brawls, but should I play that girl? I kind of don't want to give her any shine, but she's the one who started all this. Yeah, they racist. And then you got a bunch of mammies in bonnets. So I'm really not going to take their word for anything. But let me change the showrunner. With regards to child support, I got a bunch of videos to play about child support, but let me see who else is on the line here first. Okay, guys, please watch the language. Area code 440. Good afternoon. 2 topics doing research. Are you there? 4.
Здравствуйте, старик. How are you?
Boris. How are you, man?
What? I'm good. I would like to touch on the Len Bias topic, if I may.
Please, Len Bias. I'm going to pull up his information whilst you're talking. Go ahead, Boris.
Well, first of all,
nobody can truly speculate how good he would have been, because he unfortunately is a what-if situation story right now. Michael Jordan, with all his athletic prowess and basketball IQ, predicted that Adam Morrison, whom he drafted in 2006, would be the next Pete Maravich, Pistol Pete, and he came out to be a bust. Okay, so nobody knows, but according to multiple executives, NBA executives, they dubbed Len Bias as the Michael Jordan of the ACC, of the East. Many said that, yes, many said that he was the most polished and accomplished NBA-ready player of that draft. Many people do not even remember that Len Bias was supposed to carry the torch of Mikhail, Bird, etc., etc.
Okay.
The Celtics struggled mightily after they retired, and he was supposed to carry them over. There is a player by the name of Darko Milicic of Detroit Pistons, who was drafted the same year as LeBron James. He was drafted ahead of Carmelo Anthony with a second pick. Boston I believe they made it to the finals the year after he was drafted. So basically, Boston was stockpiling draft assets while still contending for the championship. So the same way Darko Milicic won the NBA title in his rookie season, he was supposed to carry over the Pistons. And then this is what was supposed to be Len Bias's role. Okay. Now, he was a polished college player, many accomplishment achievements. I would like to touch on people saying that he was a cokehead. There is no proof of that. There is no.
Well, hold on, Boris. We're opening up the floodgates. I have no proof that he did cocaine, other than that one time that was reported. But I am going to allow people to chime in. Deeds just sent me a text with regards to. Hold on a second. Terry Long, a former basketball teammate of Len Bias. He says that Len Bias introduced him to cocaine. He testified to that. Yep, Speed.
I heard that from your show, but anybody can say anything. According to his friends, it was very shocking to them because he was known as a very strict and serious person about his craft, which was basketball. If I may make my own speculation, Len Bias was known as a serious yet timid and shy person. He excessively celebrated the week of his draft because he was elated by the fact that he just signed with Nike. Also, he told his mother that he was going to buy her a house. And there are multiple, reports saying that he was very the anxious type. So maybe he was caught in an emotion, like a whirlwind of emotions. Okay. He was excited, nervous, so he decided to indulge with cocaine. Even when before he was drafted, he met Larry Bird, and he even said that he was starstruck. So by all accounts, he was a very a shy person by the spotlight. He was not ready for the spotlight. So from my assessment, I would say that that's how he was coping with the spotlight being, on him. That's all I have to say about that. I do not think he was using.
Stay with me. Deeds just sent me a link to the story. The source, UPI.com, 1987. Okay, and it says speaks about the prosecutors wrapping up their case in the trial. The man accused of supplying the cocaine that killed Len Bias and his friend Terry testified. So this is a little deeper than somebody just saying something. But I'll send this to you if you want to check it out.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Also, the toxicology report indicated. I saw somebody said something before. There is no real concrete evidence that he was a frequent coke user. However, the amount that he indulged the night of his passing was enough to fatally kill him. But there are no stories or rumors that he was a user. You also need to understand that in order for you to be dropping double-doubles in points and rebounds as a senior, you cannot be an active or functioning coke head.
I disagree, Boris.
better word.
Boris. I don't know how old you are, but the cocaine back in the days was it was very pure. Somewhere around the early 90s, there was a shift. You may know better than me, and it started becoming more of a manufactured product, and that's what made me say I can't do this anymore. So we can't say that Len Bias wasn't and this is if. But hang on a second, I'm going to send you what Deed sent me. Okay, we can't say that he wasn't necessarily a good basketball player, and maybe the coke motivated him. I don't know. Can't say that. Go ahead.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the story, the unfortunate, the downfall of Lamar Odom? How he started to indulge in crack, and he was shortly out of the league.
Yeah.
So
but Lamar Odom again. His heyday in the NBA was in what year? What year?
I mean, if you look in numbers-wise, his first few years, I would say, when he was with the Lakers, he was a solid role player. So if you're asking his prime, was with the Clippers.
He was with the Clippers. He was with the Clippers first. When he got to the Lakers,
that's what I said, yes.
Yeah. But what year? What year was he doing all the coke in the weird?
He was drafted in 1999.
Okay. It wasn't even fish scale then, with all due respect. But let's go back. I appreciate your knowledge, and I'm sending you the link that Deed sent me because she did provide a source. I'm not saying the guy was a cokehead, but what I'm not gonna say? Oh, he was better than Jordan. People like to say stuff like that about somebody who could have been just to hate on the goddamn GOAT. And again, as I said, I had to say, wow, this son of a bitch is something else. I was a Larry Bird Boston Celtics guy. I had to give it up.
Right.
Pause. I had to give it up. Pause. Well, Michael Jordan, go ahead.
I agree with you 100%, Star, because there is I told you I am more into soccer, football than basketball. There is a recently, less than a week ago, a soccer player who just tragically died with his brother, and everybody was calling him a legend respectfully when he was a solid player, but not a legend. So I understand the recency bias infused with tragic events, but I agree with you. Star, I also sent you a link to the Chameleonaire story in which he was talking about how Jordan did not want to shake his hand. Please check it out. I'm sure your audience would love that.
Yeah.
I'm sure your audience would love that.
Yeah. Now Jordan wasn't, has he come around to rap music? He was 1 year older than me, and
he was repulsed by rappers. Let's call it a spade a spade. He was repulsed by rappers. He did not want to associate himself with rappers. People questioned him and asked him if he feels bad that his race kills each other for his sneakers. And he said everybody buys my sneakers, not just implying that the black men or they cannot handle themselves. So Jordan has been
on record,
booning and buffooning.
Yeah. Hey man, good to talk to you, Boris. Salute.
Have a good one. Take care, Star.
Yes, sir. We got ourselves some people calling in. Let me make sure I give my guy his time again. Peace. The Most High, is that you calling back, sir?
Peace. I'm tapped in.
Okay, stay there. Florida boy Jay, I see you. I saw left-handed there for a minute, but let's go back to you, the Most High. I'm just asking the question. I never saw Len Bias play, but I've been watching these documentaries, and man, if he would have got into that Celtics system, whoa, I don't know.
So in regards to the video that you just played, everybody that the guy highlighted in terms of comparison, he was pretty much spot on. Dominique, yes, he was. You can compare him to Dominique in certain aspects in terms of athleticism. He got height on his jump shot. He shot a true jump shot, a lot of elevation, a lot of arc on his shot. So he definitely refined his game from a freshman to a sophomore to his junior to his senior year. So the improvement was there. The work ethic was there. So you definitely could say potential-wise, he definitely checked all the good boxes in terms of what he was going to become and what made the Celtics make him their second pick. So it kind of was a no-brainer, and it was kind of, it was kind of serendipity that the Celtics even had a second pick at that time when they were, in their championship runs. So I'm not going to say he was better than Mike.
Absolutely
He wasn't
not.
better than
No,
Mike.
no.
He wasn't better than Mike in college. He wasn't going to be better than Mike in the pros either. And the reason why I'm going to say that also is, even though he would have came into an accomplished Boston Celtics team that was almost a dynasty, what was going to happen with him was he was going to have to share the spotlight, even though he probably would have won championships and the Celtics would have won championships for more years to come. Possibly he would have had to share the mantle and earn his bones playing behind pause, earning his keep behind Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Dennis Johnson, and so on and so forth. So it wasn't going to be like he was going to come in and do what Jordan did, because the Celtics didn't need him to come in and do what Jordan did. The Celtics needed him to learn and fulfill his potential in a role and continue on the greatness that they had going on in the mid to late 80s and what have you.
What you've just said is beautiful. I couldn't have said it any better myself. But I do want to say this, though. I think he would have been better than Dominique Wilkins. Something about him, I never saw him as being a champion. Oh, he was exciting. The tomahawk dunk. Pow! All that fly shit. But I think Len Bias would have been better than him. Am I wrong?
I think Dominique kind of gets. I think Dominique is actually underrated. He didn't have a whole lot in his game in terms of handle and whatever, but in terms of utilizing his quickness, his athletic ability, and putting the work in, his jump shot was pretty watery for mid-range. He had a decent three-point shot at a time when the three-point shot wasn't being emphasized. So what I'm going to say is they would have complemented each other, even though Len Bias would have played more of a big three-role pause, a big small forward, and been very versatile and hard to deal with as a small forward because of his quickness and athleticism. So they were comparable. He was stronger than Dominique, but Dominique might have been quicker, and I guess you could say they were pretty comparable. Also, Len Bias was kind of a prototype, or probably not a prototype, but in comparison, he was like compared to a guy like Mike Mitchell, who used to play for the San Antonio Spurs during George Gervin's tail end of his career.
Wow.
So, same height, 6'7", 234, had the same game, strong baseline turnaround jumper, same physique, same mentality. And I think a lot of you younger dudes sleep on the older dudes and don't understand the simplicity of the game back in the days. So there wasn't a bunch of carrying and bogus gather step, which is the third step, which is a travel. So there's a lot more leeway given to the modern player from 2009 on in terms of the gather step and in terms of, giving more leeway in the ball handling pause, in the ball handling nowadays. So let's just call it what it is. So, Len Bias' potential is there. He would have been a great addition to the Boston Celtics. Would he have been a better individual player than Jordan? They didn't need him to do what Jordan did. Jordan showed from the gate that he was capable of pretty much excelling at every aspect of the game, skill-wise. He could dribble, he could shoot, he had athleticism, he could score, mid-range. He had an improving three-point shot, but he was worth the entertainment value, and he came to a team that was starving for star power and could facilitate him becoming who he was. So I'm going to say that. Also, can I also say that I also saw in a report that he used to frequent the drug areas around DC, but I'm going to agree with Boris. There is no real proof that he was a frequent drug user. And I'm not even 100% the narrative behind how he died is what it is. Because if you listen to the, I think it was Brian Tribble.
Well, hold on a second. The Most High, I can send you the link that Deed sent me, and it gives a great breakdown of the prosecution that was conducting the investigation going back to May 31st, 1987. If you send me an email, I'll send you this right here. It speaks about the investigation of the man accused of supplying cocaine to Len Bias. And, one of Len Bias's friends, saying that Len turned him on to coke. I mean, we're just, trying to be as truthful here, not to kick dirt on the guy who's going up, but just to maybe in some way, shape, or form help others stay away from his sad demise. I don't know.
Now, I agree. The only point I was trying to make at the end there was that the guy that made the 911 call, if anybody hears the 911 call, that was the least, urgent 911 call when my man is dying of a supposed drug overdose I ever heard. So, I think there'd be a little bit more excitement, a little bit more sense of urgency. Not that you're going to lose your composure, but I just felt it odd, when I watched the ESPN documentary back in the days. I think it was a 30 for 30. So once I heard the story around the actual 911 call and they played the call back, it's out there in YouTube world for sure. It was a little suspect in terms of that. That's all I'm going to say in terms of that.
Got you. Hey, man, I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much. The Most High.
Thank you for the opportunity,
Yes,
boss.
sir. Okay, all right. The Most High tapping in with knowledge. Uh-oh. Florida boy Jay, can you hold on 1 second? Are you good?
Nope.
Hold on 1 second, right? Stay there.
Gotcha.
Hold on, okay. Let me just print this out here. Thank you, Deeds. Deeds with the research. Okay. This speaks about teammate Terry Long testifying that Bias introduced him to cocaine while Long and teammate David Gregg said they snorted cocaine with Bias on numerous occasions. And Bias was on that yayo. He was on that good shit back in those days. He probably would have burnt out fast. I'm not even trying to laugh. If he was on that good fish scale back in those days, that nigga would have been a wash after maybe 2-3 seasons. I don't know. Florida boy Jay tapping in, repping Duval County. Are you there, sir? Florida boy Jay.
Yeah, we're in the building. We got to talk about the carnival. We got to get to this Carnival Cruise.
Yes.
These Len Bias speculations. Where are we going to start off first?
I want to start with the Carnival Cruise. I'm not buying racism. I played a couple of videos with regards to the president of Carnival Cruise 2 years ago, talking about the changes that they've made since the pandemic and the safety of others. And I haven't even gotten to the point yet where I want to talk about, certain cultures take pride in being ratchet and turning up, and I don't give a fuck, and so we have to be real with ourselves. Where do you want to start?
Well, when we have these discussions about, the cruise lines or Carnival Cruise, like I think one of your callers earlier was able to lend some firsthand experience. As of myself, last cruise I've been on about, I want to say 3 years ago, was the Carnival Cruise, a good, little 5-day cruise to the Bahamas, right?
Okay.
The music was just regular, like top 10, top 20 Billboard, you know what I'm saying? Like just regular pop music, hip hop or R&B can be considered pop music, if you know what I'm saying, where it's a mix of music, and it might be a lot of rap songs, but they're not the Lil Durks and the Futures, you know what I'm trying to say? These are the, the Will Smith or a lot of, like I said, a lot of classic hip hop songs, 50 Cent in the Club, things like that, Jagged Edge, Where the Party At, things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's not like they're sitting there playing crazy music. Now, when it comes to the war on Mammy and what they don't want to hold themselves accountable for, the left is the things that I've seen. Mammy want to sneak the liquor in the Capri Suns. Mammy want to sneak the a liter of Hennessy in the Pepsi bottle and act like this is for the kids. No, you were coming in to bend the rules, and just like your nephews and theirs coming in with the za, let's stop the game. I've seen it. I was there. So
how many cruises have you taken?
Good.
How many cruises have you taken?
I mean, in my life, I took four cruises total.
Wow. So you've been amongst the other people, and no issues, no problems, no brawls yourself, no chairs being thrown.
Never, never. I've done Royal Caribbean too. That's a little upper class, and they have more of an older crowd, more of like a calmer. You know, it's not a bunch of people really trying to party and turn up like that.
Okay.
And they have way better food. And when it comes down to the fights and everything like that, no, these are like little viral videos that are going crazy, but at the same time, we know it is certain types of people who come in with the business, and just like the guy said, you really can't stop a certain demographic from cutting up. Like you said, some people want to come in to these cruises and be like, I don't give a, I don't care if I'm coming in with my liquor. And the 15 drink thing, let me speak on this too. The 15, when people say, oh, they have 15 drinks a day, these drinks are so watered down, you're better off not getting the drink package and buying a drink at the bar and getting a double shot of whatever liquor that is going in your drink than getting a watered down drink package. In the 15, it's a low-key a scam if you've been on the cruise before.
Okay. All right. So the videos that are circulating, they're talking about racism, and Carnival Cruise has responded. I was asking if there are any black cruise companies, any to your knowledge, or is it not of interest to that particular demographic?
No, I don't know if there's one, but if there was one, I don't think I would. I don't think I would want to be on it. To be honest.
Whoa!
Depending on
what's that about?
The type of, depending on how they will be marketing the cruise ships, I don't know. I don't know if I would want to be on, because if one thing I know about black businesses sometimes is that a certain demographic, just like on certain platforms where they'll go on the white man's cruise ship and conduct themselves a couple a little bit, but then they'll go on the black man's cruise ship and act like they driving the boat. I'm the captain. I don't like the boat. We ain't got to the island fast enough. I'm about to go up to the crew deck and get it cracking. I don't know. And I'll just leave that concept pie in the sky idea. They ain't giving niggas no boats. Black people no boats like that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So. Anything on Len Bias? And hold on a second. Thank you, Deeds. Deeds sent me a text message saying Nori specifically stated he witnessed Jordan dissing rap music at Def Jam's Christmas party, even allegedly shutting down Redman, according to Nori. Chameleonaire had an encounter at a party where Jordan allegedly refused to take a photo with him. I heard about that. Reportedly saying, I ain't taking pictures with no niggas. Oh my goodness. Chameleonaire described feeling stunned, disappointed, especially since he had just spent $7,000 on a Jordan jersey. Florida Boy Jay and Deed says Jordan only likes Jay-Z, and if we're gonna go left for a second, Jordan is that far removed from rap music and hip hop.
Yeah, you got to understand, Michael Jordan and my father are the same age where in 1981, they were 18 going off to college.
Yeah.
So that whole identifying in hip hop shaping you, that didn't exist for that era. And that's what a lot of these young dudes don't know. If you didn't have a father, if your dad isn't a certain age, you don't understand an era of men who don't do all that pants sagging. We wearing Adidas, we rocking our hats to the back. No, these are like civil rights bred R&B type of, the back up straight type of men. The kind of like y'all. I think my dad and you and Michael is like a year apart.
Yeah. So hold on. Len Bias born in 63. I was born in 64. Jordan was born in 63. I'm almost positive. So, but I didn't know that he was that outspoken about having disdain for rap music. Michael Jordan. Wow. Anyway. Okay. So you've seen Len Bias footage. I know you study, a lot of things with regards to basketball, and I appreciate your knowledge here. I'm just asking, how good was Len Bias? I am not saying he was better than Jordan. I'm not saying that. What do you want to chime in on that, Florida Boy Jay?
Okay. I wanted just to clear a few things up when it comes to the Len Bias topic. He was not signed by Nike. He had a Reebok deal. He had a Reebok contract.
Who said he was signed to Nike? Who said signed to Nike?
Boris said he was signed to Reebok. I mean, Boris said he was signed to Nike. Boris said he was signed to Nike.
Hold on. Boris said he was signed to Nike.
Right.
Okay. Boris with the wrong information. I'll double check, but go ahead.
Also, another thing, comparing Len Bias to Darko Milicic in that 03 draft with the Pistons is inaccurate because Darko Milicic came out of nowhere and he never had a definable game. Now, if you would have said Carmelo Anthony was drafted to the Pistons and like passed away or something, and they still won a championship, and that was going to be LeBron's rival, that will be more of a comparable story. Okay. But Darko Milicic, you know, I just and the last thing is this.
Well, hang on. Who said? I didn't say that. Who said that?
No, you didn't say that. Boris said that about a comparison.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Right. And lastly, when it comes to Lamar Odom didn't come in the NBA with a drug habit. Did he smoke a little weed, perhaps, like most players, like on the Trailblazers, right, the Nuggets? There's a lot of players who smoked weed before it was, you know, suitable for the NBA. So yeah, but when it comes down to the hard drugs, they're kind of going overboard. That was, and if you even ask some of his teammates, that was after the Lakers were trying to trade him to the I think the Hornets, the Rockets for the Chris Paul deal, and fell through, and he had to come back to LA.
Okay.
But he was never the same. They traded him to the Mavericks. He totally checked out. I think a year or two later league, and that's when he started getting on drugs real bad. So I just want to give Lamar. I don't want people to think Lamar Odom was like a functioning crackhead on the court, get triple doubles. That wasn't. You know, he was definitely a transformational player. Lamar Odom can play all 5 positions. Take the ball up court. He was a hooper.
Now, hold on a second. I don't want to go too far left, but Lamar Odom, when he played with Kobe, he was focused. At what year did he veer off? Was it after he left the Lakers, or he was focused with Kobe?
I'm telling you what it was. He was cool with the Lakers, but in 2000, I think 11 or 12, when they tried to do the Chris Paul trade, they were going to trade Lamar Odom to the Hornets. They were going to trade Pau Gasol to the Rockets. They were going to get Chris Paul back. And then in the offseason, they were going to move Andrew Bynum like they did and get Dwight Howard like they did. But it was that because that trade didn't go through, Lamar Odom came back to the Lakers, but it wasn't the same because he knew they were going to trade him. So he was already checking.
Okay.
But that was what did it.
I don't want to focus too much, and I just wanted to ask for context about Lamar Odom. Okay. What's going on your platform, your latest video? Because I'm getting backed up on calls, Florida Boy J.
Yeah, man. Last video I put up was one we did about the Diddy trial and everything. I was on Nerd Nash's platform. If you guys know him on Twitter, we was cooking up on a show yesterday about the Drake Iceman drop. I'm going to be going live later on this afternoon. Start probably about an hour after you go off. But I will say this about Len Bias real quick and before I get off. Come on. Len Bias was great. He would have had a comparable start the way Kobe did, where you're coming into like a championship team, maybe won 5 rings and whatnot. And the great comparison of Dominique, because a lot of young people think Len Bias is going to be the next LeBron. No, he was going to be more of a Dominique Wilkins. And I will say that Len Bias, I think, had a better shot, a better jump shot, more consistent jump shot coming into the league than Michael Jordan did. Jordan developed one. Len Bias, I think, had a better one coming into the NBA. And I'll land my plane right there. Subscribe to my page, Florida Boy J. We are really, really close to 6,000 subscribers, and I will see you later.
Nice. Thank you, man. Salute. Okay. Florida Boy J tapping him. Folks, if this guy was on that fish scale, I may have to rethink things. Again, the source is UPI.com. Deeds sent me this. This is about the investigation into the person who sold Len Bias the cocaine. His teammate Terry Long testified that Bias introduced him to cocaine. And they snorted cocaine with Bias on numerous occasions. In addition, a police officer who moonlighted as a nightclub security guard said he thought he once saw Bias engaged in a drug deal. Sheesh. I don't know about all that. He would have been better than Jordan shit now. That nigga was on the powder. Area code 718. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. We're having a discussion about 2 topics. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I just wanted to say real quick, I think it's kind of crazy to me to see a whole race of people wearing fluffy slippers wilding out on a boat when they can't swim. That's all I got.
No, stay with me. Stay with me. But now, white people have been brawling on Carnival Cruise as well. I played a video earlier. They were going to Australia, where people were brawling, security guards punching females. So it's not exclusive to just people in bonnets, slippers, and
I agree with you 100%. Actually, there's a really famous cruise that goes from Sweden to what's the next country over? I forgot what it is. Finland. It's a drunk cruise. They wild out. If you ever bored, take a look on YouTube. They're just as crazy.
Well,
that's all I got.
No, stay with me. But now, me personally, I don't like being around crowds of a lot of black people. I feel that at some point, gunshots are going to get to ripping. Somebody's going to get to fighting, chairs are going to get to being thrown. That's just how I feel. I'm sure I shouldn't feel like that. But have you yourself ever been on a cruise ship with a lot of black people?
No interest in a cruise. But to be honest, it's probably the algorithm that got everybody thinking all cruises are infiltrated by black people. Everybody enjoys them. I'm sure of it.
Can we agree that black people turn up in a different way from white people? Just turn up.
Oh, most definitely. Once that grape drink comes out, everybody goes crazy, of course.
The grape juice plus. Grape juice plus.
Boss man, I got a boogie. I'm about to jump into a Zoom meeting. God bless.
Thank you. Yes, sir. God bless you too, sir. There is no God, but God bless you. Yeah, black folks, they're just black concerts to me. I'm like, whoa, I'm looking for the escape exit, keep it real. Mike, I got your donation. Thank you for tapping in, sir. You sent in a cash app. Okay, but now here's the thing. Let's be honest. Black people get it in a little bit more intensely. They start throwing chairs. I love to see chairs being thrown on YouTube. It's just, I like to see it for some strange reason. Let me go to area code 202. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Having a discussion. Carnival Cruise. And I'm getting ready to get to the child support topic. Are you there? 202.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. How are you?
I'm good, sir. You ready?
That's good. Yeah, I'm ready.
You have the floor. We didn't want to start, sir.
So I want to talk about the Len Bias and the Carnival Cruise.
Okay, Len Bias. Did you see him play? How old are you?
I'm 40. I'm 45, but I didn't get to see him play.
Okay. Well, what do you want to say that we should, take you serious for? You didn't.
Well, I don't really think he. Well, I can tell you this: cocaine was real different in DC back in those days.
Yes.
So, and also that I don't think he would have been better than Michael Jordan.
No.
Just off the fact that he started off using drugs. You understand? So that took him out of the equation right there. You can't be on drugs playing against Jordan. Or trying to play up to that proficiency.
Yeah.
And also, as far as the Carnival, the only problem I had on the Carnival is one day I had to run back up to my room to go to the safe to get some more money. I was gambling.
Okay.
So I was eating on because I've been on the Carnival like 4 or 5 times. Okay. But I was eating a cheeseburger. And I got on the elevator. And as I was getting into my cheeseburger, it was 2 girls behind me. One of them blinked over and bit at my cheeseburger. And she told me, that could be you if you come in my room. That was the only problem I had on that cruise ship. Everything else was perfectly fine. I ain't like the food. I don't like.
And what time did that person?
And the drinks are always watered down.
Sir, what time?
You say what?
What time was that when a person bit into your cheeseburger on the elevator? You said.
Yeah, it was on the elevator, man. That was early in the day. It was probably like in the afternoon, about 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So it's a lot of good things going on a cruise.
You sure that wasn't a nigga in the wig? To be fair.
Nah, it wasn't. Nah, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. Homie, don't play those games.
Well, you didn't go to the room, so we don't know the full story.
Nah, I was there with somebody, so I couldn't.
Okay.
I couldn't be there. You know what I mean? So.
I appreciate the call, sir.
But I enjoy your show.
Thank you, man.
All the
Salute.
time.
Salute. Thank you.
You have a good day.
Hey, Janet. Oh, my goodness. Evidence indicates Bias had smoked pure form of drug, Los Angeles Times. No, Janet. Janet with the research. Janet, can you call in? Oh, this nigga was smoking. Len Bias was smoking, according to the Los Angeles Times. Lord have mercy. Left-handed, where are you, sir? Left-handed, can you call in? Hold on a second. I saw him in the queue earlier. Only left-handed can break this down. Everybody hold on. Oh, my goodness. Was Len Bias smoking boulders? Ain't no fucking way he was going to be better than Jordan. Can you call back? Wow. Okay. Wow. July 10th, 1986, the LA Times. Both had died apparently smoking a pure form of coke. Oh, he was freebasing, kids, according to the LA Times. That nigga beamed up. We used to call that beaming up to Scotty. I was a cocaine sniffer. I tried freebasing. I couldn't handle it. I told you. For those who remember, for those who care, I couldn't handle it. I freebased one time with a Puerto Rican girl on 150th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. She threw up. And we were in the bathroom of my friend's apartment. I'm not going to say his name. Her breath stunk, and I still smashed. Two losers. Anyway, okay, according to the LA Times, he was freebasing. Hey, good afternoon. Please watch the language. Are you there? 860.
What's up, Star?
Yes, sir. How are you? It's cracking.
What's going on? I want to talk about the Carnival Cruise.
Yeah, have you ever been on one?
I've been on several. I used to go with my family every couple years, every year, until I went on the last one out of Miami.
Have you ever seen black people throwing chairs on the Carnival?
I haven't seen the cheer throwing, but I've seen a lot of meme mugs. I've seen a lot of purple. I've seen a lot of purple hair.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of underwear showing, walking around.
Okay.
I mean, before this is the last cruise I probably went on was 2019 out of Miami. That was the worst one. But before that, it was good. It was cool. But I don't know if it's the port out of Miami or who. I don't know. I think Cardi B was promoting the cruises around that time.
Okay.
And the whole demographic changed. I couldn't imagine being. I'm uncomfortable. I'm in the West Indian clubs when I was young. I'm doing all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So I can't imagine the white people looking around that boat, seeing how it looked. Mm-hmm. If I'm looking around like, get me out of here, I can't imagine how they feel.
Yeah, I mean, we see the video footage, and to be fair, at least we're not seeing shootings yet on the Carnival Cruise. I've seen.
I mean, you can't get.
Have you?
You can't get the guns on. If you could get it on, it would definitely be there.
Okay.
That's the only reason. If you go on a cruise, it'll probably be your last, especially Carnival. I tried Royal. They haven't infiltrated Royal Caribbean yet.
Okay.
But Caribbean is infiltrated. It's not a vacation anymore. It's a standoff. Mm-hmm. It's not what it used to be prior to 2019, I would say.
Are we overreacting? Social media, racism. Maybe it's just how, black people party, celebrate, and it's not that serious. And okay, so
no, it's a segment of the black population. It's not all of us. If it was, the DC black, even some of the Atlanta blacks, but we getting the bottom of the barrel on Carnival. We're not getting regular blacks. We getting the lower tier, the like I said, the purple hair, the underwear showing. Mm-hmm. So it's a segment of blacks who overrepresent us.
The Spirit Airlines demographic.
Correct. Spirit Frontier, you know, buffet eaters, all of that stuff. Fighting at the Popeyes.
I love buffets.
People, you gotta pay. I mean, you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Oh, I love buffets.
You know
I ain't go front.
Well, yeah, we get a. I agree with the white lady who people complaining online.
Right.
It's a small segment of people on Carnival, which have made it uncomfortable to even call it a vacation anymore.
I got White Roy in the live chat. He says Spirit Airlines blacks. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a different segment. I don't like how they group us all together.
Yeah.
I'm on there with a glass of wine in the jazz lounge vibing.
Right.
These Negroes is eyeing you down across the buffet, across the what's that? The deck where all the food is out. I don't even know what it's called no more, but they ice grilling you. They think you're looking at their girl because they cheeks all out on the seats. I'm not looking at your little dirty thing.
Yeah.
Come on, brother. I'm on here to have a good time.
Well, let me say this: if they do get to shooting on those Carnival cruises, that would be some good content, and I would be right here waiting for it.
Yeah, I'll watch it from a distance.
Yeah. Hey, before you go, I'm getting ready to play some other videos here. I want to do a little research this afternoon. Former NBA great Horace Grant. Do you know if they took his entire NBA pension? I saw that story, and it prompted me to think about child support.
Oh, for child support?
Yeah.
Oh, how many kids he got?
I don't know. Maybe enough.
His pension should be sizable. You should have to take the whole thing.
I'm going to play the video.
At least.
Any experience with child support yourself?
Nah. I'm still with my old lady. Got 2 kids. We chilling.
Salute.
Chilling. I ain't on no child support.
Salute. Good to talk to you, man. Thank you.
All right. Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace. Let me go to area code 704. Hey there. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. We're talking about a few topics. The Carnival Cruise new rules. Are you up to speed? 7.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Hey, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Who's this?
This is Amanda.
Hey, Amanda. How are you? Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I am up to speed regarding the new rules on the Carnival Cruise.
Okay.
And I 1000% agree.
Have you been on those Carnival Cruise ships? I have not. I can't speak from experience.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Anytime I've been out of the country, we've flown.
Okay.
I couldn't imagine being stuck on a body of water around a bunch of niggas.
Whoa. Okay. Tell us how you really feel.
It's not gonna happen.
Okay.
It's not gonna happen. And I heard another caller say, "Oh well, if they can't do the guns, because they can't get it past customs or whatever."
Security, yeah.
But I still don't trust it. A nigga will have a gun up his behind. I don't trust it. I never have, and I never will. I've never been, but I'll go now. Now that the rules.
Yeah, I was just about to say, now that they've enforced some policies, now I might consider it. But okay.
Absolutely. I don't want to hear your speaker. I don't want to hear your NBA young boy. No, we like to go and travel and relax. I don't want to do boots on the ground. What the hell is that? No.
Now, when you say we,
I don't want all those ghetto fans.
When you say we, are you going with friends? Your significant other? Who is we? When you say we,
my husband and I.
Okay. And you guys are in what? Your 30s, 40s, 20s?
Yes. I'm 29.
Okay. So you guys, you have a family, I would imagine, children.
Yes. Okay. We just had our first child.
Congratulations.
But we like nice things.
Congrats. Yeah.
We just like nice things, and I'm not about to watch somebody twerk at the captain's dinner. Like, girl, it just gives. I can't do the ratchet. Like, oh my gosh.
Is it safe to say, in your opinion, that the ratchet behavior that, is a reality in a lot of different settings is of the lower tier blacks? And when people start screaming racism, we shouldn't just, react as if, black people are a monolith. Maybe we have to sometimes look at those, and see if they are, wearing a bonnet, furry slippers, the extended eyelashes. What do you think?
Yeah. And my husband and I, we like to say that there's a difference between niggas and black people.
Of course. Yeah.
If you like to sip wine, hang out around campfires, shoot pool, cigar, that's the things we like. We like the slow and steady. You're not going to catch us at a club. And you're not going to catch us around any niggas. If I pull up at the gas station and there's a one YN, I'm pulling out. I don't want any trouble.
Okay.
That's just me. Okay. My husband and I, we hate confrontation. Now, don't get it twisted. But we just hate it. And it's so sad. I was on TikTok scrolling the other day, and I see all of these black people upset and mad, and I see all these niggas upset and mad and just doing the most. Oh, they're racist. You know what? When they speak, I hate when people make it a race thing. It's not a black and white. There's no black and white. There's only gray. And they make it so that, hey, they're being racist. And I don't say anything. Hell, I'm being racist too.
Can I jump in?
I don't want to be around that. Of course.
Is your husband a man of color, or is he lack thereof? What is your husband?
He is a man of color. Okay. And
racism.
When we met, he owned his home. Okay. He owned his home when we met.
Okay.
He's just a top tier.
Racism is a reality. You do acknowledge that, or no? I mean, racism.
Absolutely.
Is real. Okay. Racism is real. Not saying that,
but I've been watching your show for a very long time. There's a difference between racism and prejudice.
Prejudice, right. Sometimes racism.
There's a difference.
Yes. Sometimes racism is a nice eye opener. But listen, I appreciate you calling in, and I wish you and your husband the best with your beautiful new little life force there. And thank you for chiming in.
Thank you, Star. Streets got no love.
Okay, bye now.
I love this show.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hey, Coco, I see you in the live chat. All right. Fellas, can we be real with ourselves? We can kick dirt upon black people from time to time, and Mammy as well. But a lot of times we go slumming for a ratchet bitch. We go slumming for a ratchet bitch. Somebody's getting these ratchet bitches pregnant. I'm just saying. Area code 727. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. We're doing research. Are you there? 727. Yes, no, maybe.
I am there. Yes, sir.
How are you, man?
How you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. What do you want to jump in?
Good. Yeah, man. So I have a call, and I totally agree with all the rule changes. So much so, I was involved in some YN bigotry.
Okay.
And it's crazy. Yeah. I actually had to knock a YN out. I had to knock a young nigga out, yep, on the Carnival Cruise.
Tell us about it. And where did this happen? Give us the background.
Yeah, this was like 10 years ago when I graduated. My mom got me a cruise with my fam.
Okay.
I'm actually from Plainfield.
Okay, playing from New Jersey.
Long time caller, yeah.
Playing from New Jersey.
Yeah, yep. So I'm in Tampa now, and I got into a fight with a YN, and I had to knock him out. He slapped me. And I'm just like, ever since then, we're like, yeah, Carnival crazy, yeah. Honestly, yeah. So I had to call in just because of that. I was like, it was so funny. Y'all seen that?
He slapped you? Well, what would prompt him to slap?
He come on. Yeah, so like some YN, he was drunk, I guess. He tried me. And it's crazy because his older brother was there. And I used to box because I'm from, I grew up in Plainfield and Philly.
Okay.
I actually know Larry Holmes. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay.
Like I used to box for Allentown Boxing Gym. I used to be on the billboards, all that. Yeah, so
Nice.
I'm certified. Yeah, I got pictures. Yeah, so he tried me. He slapped me, and I remember he knocked my earring out. I had a black diamond earring out. It snapped. So I punched him, hit him with a jab. It was crazy. I hit him with a jab, and he fell. And I felt so bad because the dude's nose was busted. And I remember I was walking, and it took like 4 of the cops to get me or whatever, the ship cops, and they spared me into the ship. And I cracked my ribs on the table. So this was like 2016, and it was in Miami. Yeah, so it's crazy. Yeah. All this niggatry stuff.
Have you ever seen people throwing chairs? I don't know why, man, but I get excited when people throw chairs in videos. It's like a stupid thing with me. You see people throwing chairs? Or you
during the shit he threw a chair when I jabbed him to try to act up after the guards got me because I beat him down. Like he tried to, after I knocked him down, he tried to hit me with a tackle, and I used to wrestle. I actually went to junior state champion in Jersey.
Okay.
So 2004. So I hit him with the sprawl with a full mount.
Do you have a video of what you're claiming, sir? Because with all due respect, anybody can say anything. Do you have any proof?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's why I called in.
Can you
absolutely? This is 100% true.
Can you send us the video, sir? So
I have multiple friends,
sir. Can you send us the video so we can play it now? Do you have a video of it?
I do not have a video, but I do have multiple people that seen it. If they can call in, they would verify it. It happened on.
Do you have a police report? You say you knocked. Hold on. Say you knocked.
Almost. They almost. That's the crazy part. The dude, his older brother, seen him get knocked out, so they try to press charges, act like it was just them. But I had multiple witnesses so that he attacked me first, so they didn't press charges because they asked me if I want to press charges. But I'm from Plainfield, I ain't with none of that. So I was like, nah, you good. But that's why I called in, because it was so crazy seeing it.
Well, stay with me. I'm in a rush, so I'm doing research. But now, what would prompt him to even try you? And let's keep it real. Why would somebody try you?
Because I was with a bad bitch. I was with a bad bitch from Maryland University, and I was clapping her cheeks, and he was mad because I had a pink shirt on. He tried me, and he thought I was one of them ones. And he was like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Excuse me,
sir. You have to watch the language. It's too early. Please, come on.
I'm sorry.
Please.
Well, he said let's just say he used a lot of profanity towards me, and he told me to be quiet or he's gonna hit me. And I stood up and I was like,
"Oh no!"
That he attacked me. So I put him to sleep. I'm verified. I swear, at Allentown Boxing Gym, I was on the billboards. This is all legit.
Sir,
that's why I called in.
Sir, I'm hearing everything you're saying, but I'm trying to.
All these other people haven't been on me.
Sir, please don't attack my callers. I'm trying to understand your story.
I'm sorry.
Trying to understand your story. So you're saying a guy slapped you because he wanted your girl?
Yep.
Because he wanted your girl.
Because he was a YN. You know how these YNs are. Real disrespectful. I guess it was his first time drinking. That was the story, his family said. And he got froggy. I told him to leave.
Right. But you have no proof, sir. So listen, I appreciate the call. Anything with regards to
absolutely
the new rules? Do you think it's racist towards black people? The rules, sir. They've cracked down Carnival Cruise. I've never
absolutely
been on.
not.
Okay.
Absolutely not, because I went through it and I was just like, it's sad just to see, the twerking. And I'm a young father now too, and it's like one caller said, having your young kid on there seeing twerking contests and all that, it's ridiculous.
Okay.
So I absolutely agree. They need to keep doing it. Black people get it together.
All right.
I appreciate you, Star. Long time caller.
Salute.
Again.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Something about his story just don't sound right. Why would a nigga just slap you out of the clear blue? Osiris XTV, I see you. He said peekaboo. Okay, hold on a second. I'm looking for the video of Horace Grant. Horace Grant. Was it his whole goddamn... Okay, here we go. What is this? This might be it. Okay, here we go. I'm not sure what platform this is. Child support is fraud. Salute to your platform, sir or gentleman. But this is where the story came from. So I'm asking about child support. Did it change your life? Did it destroy your life? 4-time NBA champion Horace Grant talking about child support. Here we go.
Quadro. Okay. Qualified domestic relationship order. They went after my pension. Here's the kicker. If they don't have a signed affidavit by a judge in 180 days, the quadro is void. It's the catch. 180 days pass. No judge signed. No, they didn't have anything. Next thing you know, 2 weeks later, or a judge signed, and we got to keep it frozen.
Come on.
Guys, take a guess who name was on that. Who was that judge?
Okay.
Her name is Erin M. Childs. Was in my divorce. She was the fake judge in my divorce.
Wait. So the fake judge that handled your divorce was the same judge who signed off for them to steal your pension after the 180 days had passed.
Facts. And I got receipts.
Yeah. Speaking of, just keep going because I'm finna pull something up. This is what we do. I'm gonna show you this is what we do. Watch this. Keep going.
So this judge here, and it's really unfortunate because the people at that other organization that allow this process to happen violated their own policy because it's been past 180 days and it was no verification, from what I know, that the person who signed this document or that contract to release the money or whatever, it was not done by a actual judge.
A 17-year pension. Good God. Okay, I want to make sure I promote these guys.
This was
report is fraud. Okay. Thank you guys for your content. Let me go back to the phone lines here. Area code 862. Hey there. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. We're talking about the Carnival Cruise, the new rules, and child support. Are you there? 862.
Hey, Big Star.
Hey.
Yes, sir. Hey, Big Star. What's happening?
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Where do you want to start?
Listen, I want to talk on that Len Bias. Len Bias went to the University of Maryland at the time.
Yes, sir.
My older brother attended. To become an architect. He came home with a fish scale habit. Never made it through. And I think about Len Bias coming from the D.C. area. Once the hood get a hold of you because you're a baller, they got gifts for you. Somebody handed Len Bias that coat long ago, and I think it caught up with him that night.
According to the LA Times, he was smoking lovely. He was smoking.
No, stop. Len Bias had the unk face. He was like a 20-year-old. He looked like an unk.
Right.
He didn't, it's like a gene. There was something in his face that told a story. I'm like, man, this kid, 19, 20 years old, but a great athlete. Super superb athlete. I saw the videos with him against.
He was not better than Jordan, sir. Let's not,
No, we ain't going there. We ain't going there.
Get crazy, but
I
wanted to play that video to, introduce him to some people who only hear the name, just like the other guy. Oh, he would have been better than LeBron, Lenny Cook. You ever heard of Lenny Cook?
Absolutely. And another tragedy in the Bias family, his younger brother, Jay, a few years later was murdered by someone he mistakenly stepped on the back of his foot. He was shot to death. That was his younger brother.
Okay.
So, just tragedy in that family.
Well, right now we're talking about child support. Hold on. Horace Grant.
Okay.
Horace Grant lost his whole NBA pension. Do you know anything about Horace Grant and how many kids he has? Holy smokes. That's crazy.
No, I don't. But I do know about child support. Being a father as early as 17 years old, I didn't stop paying child support till I was 50 years old. I was $40,000 in arrears at some point. So, yeah, the child support game is nothing to play with.
Did you get locked up? Did they arrest you?
Couple times, absolutely. They come and get you. You know, I refuse to pay child support to a woman took my child out of state. You know, I said, and then I stood on 10 toes down and went to jail for it.
How much time did you do?
You're talking about a month.
Okay.
Then it was back to child support. Like, you know, back. Let's get that money out.
I'm not laughing at you, so I'm just thinking about, you know.
You can laugh because I laugh at.
No. I think about, you know, niggas out here working for a bitch.
Yes, that's what I did. I spent the entirety of the first 30 years of my adulthood working for a bra. That's exactly what I did. I just could have put some lipstick and some humps on me. Yeah.
Now you love your kids, right? I always hear people say, "Oh, I love my kids." You love your kids, right?
Yeah, you rock for your kids, and then you see your son go through the same thing. I went through with his mother. Now he's going through it. 37 years old.
Sometimes the kids grow up and the kids ain't shit. So you worked for a bitch, and then the kids grow up they ain't shit.
And then the kids ain't.
You're throwing your life away.
Bro, I got one foot out the trash can already. That's a fact. You ain't never said nothing wrong.
Well, listen,
that's exactly how it ends up.
I don't know. I've said, you know, on multiple occasions, I'm chicken shit. I'm not the man that you are. So whenever I've heard some female even alluding to being pregnant, I put some money in her hand, let her sign a letter of indemnification, and I'm out. But I appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
You too, Big Star.
Yes,
Peace.
sir. Yes, sir. Let's be clear. You guys who take care of your kids, you're better men than me. I'm a coward. And there's only been a couple of times where I've had to, like, you know, pay for abortions. I just couldn't do it. Whoa. Peace. Left hand, is that you, sir, calling back in? Peace.
What's good on this God day, man?
I started to text you, man, but I wasn't sure what time I was going live. I'm just asking about Len Bias. As you may or may not have seen the video, but you know his history already. How good was he? We've been doing some research. According to the LA Times and the UPI.com, he was doing cocaine on multiple occasions, and he was freebasing. Your thoughts, left-handed? Len Bias.
Well, I'm gonna say this: as a dude who saw Len Bias play, a dude who saw Michael Jordan play, a dude who saw Len Bias play against Michael Jordan, right? All that other stuff, the extracurricular stuff about how he was getting it in, that's over my head. And I'm 6'5". That's over my head, right? So again, at the end of the day, when you pull up the doctors and the toxicology reports and all of that, you can't deny it, right? But here's the thing I'm gonna say though, Star. As I go back and flashback and think about that particular situation with Len Bias and University of Maryland and Lefty Driesell and the guy, what was his name? What was the guy's name that testified against Len Bias? Terry Long, whatever. Terry Long. He was a teammate of his. Yeah. Okay. So for me, on the outside looking in, right, I'm like, in these days and times, they were looking to crucify, hang somebody for that situation, right? So if I'm, the long dude, I don't know if he did or not, if he was, telling the truth or not, or whatever the case may be, but he had to say what he had to say to save himself. I don't know Len Bias. I didn't know Len Bias. A lot of people might have been closer to the situation than I am. You know what I mean? But as you put two and two together in 2020 vision, it's perfect. Now you can, you can assume that. You can say that. You know what I mean? I never knew that he already had, the drugs in his system already. That's that. You learn something new every day. But I'm not going to sit up here and stand on a stack or whatever and say Len Bias was clean or Len Bias was this or Len Bias was that. Because nobody put a gun to his head and say, here, sniff this up. Nobody did that. He did that on his own. So if he had been doing it prior, then like I think somebody mentioned it earlier, he might have been feeling himself or wanting to get in the party mode and this, that, the third. And he, his eyes is bigger than his stomach. To use one of those old school sayings, right? So I'm not going to cast any aspersions and all of that on Lenny Bias. I just respect what I saw. And I know, and I'm going to say this as an actual fact, and whoever want to get at me, please get at me. I'm available to be tested, right? If Len Bias, since we playing the F game and all that, if Len Bias would have stayed alive and got through his alleged potential, like that's the word that's flying around in the Star Report today, potential, right? You would have never heard of Paul Pierce. You would have never heard of a lot of these dudes.
Whoa.
Right? Because no. Woe is right. Woe is right and woe is me right now. You heard? Because Lenny Bias would have made a mark. I don't know what kind of mark he would have made, Star, but he definitely would have made a mark. Because I'm going to stand on my statement, Star, by saying this. In those days and times, those early 80s, my man mentioned the ACC conference earlier. A bunch of them dudes that came out the ACC conference, potential my ass, pardon my French, I pay my fine. Potential, Ralph Sampson, James Worthy, Derek Rittenberg, Sidney Lowe, Jeff Lebo, like potential. Come on, man, knock it off. So we talking about Len Bias here. So the potential thing can kind of like, we could go a little bit past potential because we knew what Len Bias was going to do. The Boston Celtics knew. And I think that Lenny Bias was acquired by Boston via some kind of behind-the-back trade, if I'm not mistaken. My memory goes back, right? So, again, at the end of the day, the question wasn't about that. The question was about Lenny Bias.
Can I jump in?
Doing some stuff. Hello?
Yeah. Can I jump in?
Yeah, come on, man. Come on. Conversation. Come on.
I appreciate all of your knowledge. I've already said I never saw him play until after his death, watching the footage and things of that nature. I liked what I saw. He looked like he was more athletic than Dominique Wilkins. And the video that I played earlier, the guy was comparing him to Dominique Wilkins. And something that made me, say, wow, what could have been was, I'm an old Boston Celtics fan. You and I have spoken before.
That's right.
And Len Bias getting into that Boston system, he appeared to have a nice demeanor, attitude, the right attitude, if you will. And that's what made me say, wow, he could have been one of the greats in that Boston system. But that's to take nothing away from Michael Jordan, nothing at all. So that's all. I mean, I give him all the credit, man. And his death was tragic, but maybe I forgot that he was freebasing. He wasn't just, doing a couple of bumps. He was smoking the glass dick, man. That was crazy in those days, man. From what people have said and lost their selves, their composure, their dignity. We're putting it all on the table. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, you're absolutely right, Star. You know what I mean? In those days and times, you had to have a strong will about yourself to stay away from that, because that was flowing. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And I can say unequivocally, I've never, not one time, not 0 times, never had no interest in it. But it was all around us. You know what I mean? So again, you're going to gravitate towards what you're going to gravitate towards. If you didn't know Lenny Bias was getting down like that, you wasn't supposed to know. But it all came out on 2 days after the draft, huh?
Came out.
So again, Star, man, we don't know what we dealing with here, man. These cats, they get around and they get in situations like, I think one of the other callers mentioned that he's from that area. So again, at the end of the day, those dudes will look out for you. But again, at the end of the day, some other dudes is not going to look out for you. So it depends on where you gravitate to it, how strong your will is. So again, at the end of the day, man, it's very, very tragic. Again, Paul Pierce could thank his lucky stars.
Oh, wow.
And again, in more ways than one. I know you heard Paul Pierce got stabbed up there too, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, at the end of the day, that number 34 is crazy in Boston.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to tap in there. I just wanted to tap in. And as far as, you know, Lenny Bias being better than Jordan, I'm never going to say that because we don't know.
I would never, ever say that. But no, hold on a second. Since you're
right,
on,
homie.
Since you're on the line here, Lenny Cook. People used to say, "Oh, he's better than LeBron." How good was he, Lenny Cook? His I forget what's prevented him. He didn't get drafted. His grades or something, right? Lenny Cook, for those who know basketball, right?
Yeah, he succumbed to his proclivities as well.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Me and you can have a conversation that would, you know, bug these youngsters out about who was supposed to be really dope. You know what I mean? You go back and you do the knowledge, man, from all those dudes that used to come and kill it at the Rucker and at West Fourth and all that could have went to the next level. But they got caught up in the street scene. Everybody's not going to get caught up in the street scene, and everybody's not going to make it. We already know. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of them, man. So again, man, the ones who do, it just bugs me out of how now everybody's got a commentary about, you know, whether he was a alleged cokehead or not. You know what I mean? Well, again, that's his thing. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead. I knew you was gonna jump in. Come on.
No. Deeds provided a source. With regards to, you know, the investigation. I mean, I don't think they were trying to put Terry Long in jail. He just testified because they were going after the person who sold Len Bias the drugs. But Terry Long testified. But hey, man, I know you're at work. I don't want to hold you up too much longer. Anything with the new New York Knicks coach that we should know before you go?
All I'm gonna say is this right here on this God day, right? July 7th, rest in peace. My mom's, her birthday is today. Be prepared, man. Mike Brown is gonna have us doing some things, man. That's all. It's
too early. It's too early right now to tell.
Too early right now, but we're gonna see how he's gonna bring his brand of. You asked about styles before, Star. Right. I think Mike Brown is what's going to separate him from Thibodeau. Is how he's going to utilize his whole entire bench. He's going to tell you when you're good. He's going to tell you when you're not good. Okay. Right? He's not necessarily what these new cats would want to call a player's coach. Right. And I think that's what, you know, irritates a lot of these new cats. They want to hear how great they are. They want to hear how spectacular, how dope they are. That's all they want to hear. They don't want to hear nothing in the negative, which constitutes being real, real. They don't want to hear that. So again, at the end of the day, when you talk about Mike Brown, I hear a lot of these weirdos, and yeah, I said it, weirdos. I'll let your boy, weirdos, talking about, oh, Mike Brown not going to do this, Mike Brown not going to do that. He wasn't the coach of the year twice for nothing. He coached LeBron. He coached Cleveland Cavaliers. He was on those Golden State Warriors coaching staffs that won those back-to-back rings. So again, at the end of the day, I think that the New York Knicks fans who don't know no better, right? Let it rock.
Okay.
Let it rock. We're gonna see what happens. That's all, son. And I appreciate you for letting me rock, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Salute. Okay.
Peace to Skylar Saunders.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Peace to Skylar. Big Spanish, my homie. Good to see you, man. He says, Star, with all due respect, the caller from Plainfield. What do you say? A nigger and a liar? Or you say Nigerian? What do you say? Oh, okay. Ninerian and a liar. Thank you, Big Spanish. That's my homie. Good to see you, man. Malmo says Doc Ellis pitched a no-hitter for the Pittsburgh Pirates back in the 1970s while on the yayo. Okay. Dre at Grave Shift. Black Star Lines operates out of Delaware. You can blast all of the N-word hip-hop you want, and the salads contain spicy Cheetos instead of lettuce. Black Star Line? Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. There is actually, Dre at Grave Ships, there's actually a Black Star Line operating out of Delaware now because that was the name of Marcus Garvey's, one or two ships back in 1919. Are you trolling, sir? Are you serious? Yeah. Marcus Garvey, who never went to Africa. He was not banned. He just didn't have any money after he got deported from America back to Jamaica. He had no money. People say, he was banned from Africa. No, he wasn't. Thank you, Blade. Blade sends it a donation. Star Horace Grant has 3 sons and 5 daughters. Let him pay his child support. Wow. Blade, did they take his whole NBA pension? What is this right here? I want to say it's just I don't want to play Drink Champs video. No, I don't know that side. I'm not going to play that and they get a copyright strike. Salute to Nori, Drink Champs. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I was outside. I don't have any. Okay. Thank you, Doris. Doris says she can't call in right now. She's busy, but Doris did send. No, not Doris. Janet. Janet helps, and Doris helps with information as well. Janet says she can't call right now. Yeah. He was smoking boulders. Len Bias. Smoking rock cocaine. Sheesh. Let me play one more video, then I'll come back to the phone calls. Hold on a second, guys. Just to give some more context on what we're talking about. Child support enforcement. Okay, this is an older video, but sheesh. It's not just black, so you can't just, scream racism. This is an older video, but white men have been getting locked up as well for child support. Here we go.
Area law enforcement agencies are teaming up to get deadbeat parents to pay up. The annual child support roundup began this morning, targeting parents who have not been paying. KXAN's Casey James went along with Travis County constables as they went door to door making arrests.
Every time that we're out doing our jobs, we're not bringing good news, and we don't know how people are going to react.
I got a warrant for your arrest. Millions of dollars is owed in child support right here in Travis and surrounding counties. That's why law enforcement agencies are teaming up to get parents to pay up.
The worst thing to do is kind of ignore it and be in denial.
The amounts range from a couple of $1,000s to more than $100,000. Okay, step out. Sir, I'm Casey with KXAN News. Is there a reason why you're not paying your child support?
I don't have a job.
These parents have been given many opportunities to pay.
The roundup is very effective and gets results. Last year, the entire state collected $3.5 billion in back child support. In Central Texas, $255 million was collected.
Your school supplies, puts food on the table. The child ultimately is the one that's hurt when a parent fails to pay their child support.
For the entire month of September, constables will be knocking on the doors of those parents who are not giving support.
They're very successful. They send a message to parents of the obligation to pay.
Parents taken into custody could face more than just a one-night stay in jail.
They're not going to get out until they talk to a judge, and the judge may keep them in there for as long as 6 months.
Right now, the Austin area has more than 100,000 past due child support cases. The message from the roundup is simple. Communicate with the courts.
We will work with them to set up repayment plans. People pursued in the roundup have been given many opportunities to pay their child support.
As long as parents show they're trying, they won't go to jail. In Austin, Case James, KXAN News.
So far, the constables have arrested 32 parents who combined owe $800,000.
It's out of Austin, Texas. If there's anybody, female who wants to call in and say, F you niggas, you put your dick in the pussy and pay for your kids. I would love to get you, on the line here. Let's go to area code 617. Hey there. Good afternoon. We're talking about a few topics. So hit the speed. 617 Yes, no, maybe.
What's up, big dog?
Yes, sir. How are
What's
you?
up, big dog? It's Mac. It's Mac. I'm an avid listener.
Yes, sir.
I want to touch on the Limb bias. Straight from Roxbury, Mass. Big Celtics fan.
Okay.
Celtics was cursed a little bit. Like many of the callers, I'm not gonna play the what if. Oh, he would have been better than Jordan. I'm not gonna play that. Mike was a psycho, so I don't think no one's better than Jordan.
Right.
But
Right.
Limb bias. Not only Limb bias. Reggie Lewis collapsed on the court in the early 90s, and they were speculating that was drug use as well.
Right.
But to touch on Limb bias, I heard a lot of people even try to throw him up there with Dominique Wilkins. That's a very fair and with the eye test comparison. The only thing that frustrated me in the show today, your mans want to put smut on Paul Pierce's name. Don't put smut on Paul Pierce is from Inglewood, never wanted to be a Boston Celtics. Some of the OGs hated on him up here, stabbed him up over some women. Right. And then what happened? He stuck it out. He got KG and Ray and won one. And he won finals MVP.
Right.
Against Kobe. Had Kobe crying on the bench. So Paul Pierce is solidified. Yeah, he's a little big-headed and says a lot of ridiculous stuff in the media, but he's solidified. No one ever said he's better than Bird, but no one forgets about Pierce. Like right now, Jason Tatum's resume is great, but the eye test, Tatum's not better than Pierce yet. This era's not messing with that era. That's what it sums up.
Okay. Now, so you're a longtime Boston Celtic fan.
Yes, sir.
So am I, going back to the days of ML Carr. You know. Yeah, but I liked the fact that Len Bias was heading to the Celtics, and again, we'll never know. But if he would have fit into that system, which was very strategic, and he may have become one of the greats. But what I'm gathering here now, with regards to the free basing and other stuff, he may have probably would have burned out, pretty early in his career. But any final thoughts? Not that you have to kick his back, and we're just having, a discussion here.
Nah, I won't.
Speculating.
I was under the impression, I'm glad more research has come out, but I was under the impression, and the way they taught us as kids, don't use drugs. You can use it for one time, and that could happen. So that's how they sold it to us as kids.
Yeah.
We thought, like, it was just an unfortunate. That's why I never used the hard drugs. I smoked my little weed. I did my liquor. I knew my limit, but I was too scary. Never did no pills. Never did no white, brown, needles, nothing.
Yeah.
But to sum up Celtics talk right now and speaking optimistically in the future, I hope Brad Stevens does his homework and learn from Red Auerbach, because Red Auerbach never had average teams. We went from championships. He knew when to tank and go get that stud, man. Next year's #1 pick straight out of Brockton, man. It could happen, man.
You're from Roxbury, you say?
Yes, sir.
Isn't Ed O.G. from Roxbury? I forget. Ed O.G. and the Bulldogs?
Ed O.G.'s a big homie, man. That's one of my best friend's stepfathers. So, yeah Ed O.G.'s a real one. He's a real one.
Be a father to your child.
For more than 2-3 decades.
Be a father to your child. Monumental song. Good guy, too. Salute.
Yes, it is. For real, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Star.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. I could be wrong, but I think I've seen, by way of friends and associates, the way sometimes you get caught up is that you let the mother of the child know that you want to be a part of the child's life. And that's where she gets to thinking, I got him. He wants to be a part of the child's life. I don't want to talk too crazy, but I've told a few females on a few different occasions, bitch, fuck you and them kids. And that's when they get to talking different. Area code 609. Good afternoon. Please watch the language. Are you there?
Got you, Star. It's Big Keys. Big Keys. I called earlier from Jersey.
Okay, what's up?
Right on time for the child support topic.
Yeah.
So, child support, the black language. Well, shall I say? Every man's kryptonite when they hear child support. Just put a nasty taste in your mouth. So, my 18 years with my son Thank God I'm off now because every state has their own guidelines that they go by. You know what I'm saying? So thankfully, mine was dropped as soon as my son finished high school, and they sent me that letter. I framed the letter and everything. They send you that letter. Hey, your son is finishing high school. Do you want to continue child support or do you want to drop it? Man, look, I said I will drop it. Matter of fact, I will send y'all I will come down there, send y'all the letter personally for my son's graduation because it was around the same time that they sent me the letter and he was graduating the following week. So every state got their own guidelines of how they go about it. And also too, a lot like that Horace Grant situation. Yeah, that's tough that they went at his pension and he had, what'd you say? He had 5.
Well, hang on a second. You said you've been arrested. We spoke earlier, right?
Oh, no. That was the other caller. Okay. I haven't been arrested.
Okay.
I haven't been arrested, but I had my run-in with the law for child support and custody issues.
Okay.
Because I had my.
Was your license suspended? Did they put a boot on your tire? How serious did it get?
It just got serious to the point like where I know I was in arrears at one point. This was years ago when my son was about I want to say 7 or 8.
Okay.
They pulled me in. They pulled me into family court, and they took my mug shot. They took my mug shot and everything. They had me down by the holding cell, saying that you owe this amount in arrears. If you can't pay it today, we will lock you up. So I was like, all right, cool. Let me make a call real quick. Boom, had the money. I think I was 1200.
Who'd you borrow the money from? Hold on, I want to hear this. I want to hear.
I
want to hear what I have evaded all my life. Who'd you borrow the money from, and how much was it?
Oh, I give it to you raw. I got it from my father because my father went through the same situations when he was around the same time when he was having babies. From my other siblings. So he already knew the situation, and he was telling me, he's like, I told you she was crazy. I ain't gonna cuss. He's like, I told you she was crazy. So now you in the situation that I'm in. So he gave me the 1,200, so I wouldn't get locked up. Ever since then, my life's been hell. Like she established support in one state in Philly. Yeah, that's where she was staying at.
Don't say her name. Let's not do that. Okay, but now.
No. I'm not giving names. So she established.
I gotta ask you this question. I'm honestly, I'm grateful that I didn't go through this. But now, of course, you love your son, but if you could do it again, was it worth it?
The end game of it now. No, it wasn't worth it because my son turned out to be, I hate to say it, he's a mama's boy now. And I did everything in my power, to show my son a better lifestyle if he under me. But being the fact that he said it to me, I was too strict. I had him in basketball camps, football camps. I had, they told him like, yo, put him in this program. We'll watch over his grades and everything. We'll keep him straight in school. I laid out everything to him. He still wanted to go stay with the mother because she was looser. And now, not now, but at a certain.
He flipped on you like a flapjack on Sunday morning. He flipped.
What? He flipped on me like niggas turned on the interrogation room when they questioning him. Like, he was like, no, I want to stay with my dad. He's too strict. I'd rather stay with my mom. Straight like that. I was like, all right, bet. You enjoy your life then. Once I got my papers or whatever, I was like, all right, cool. I'm not obligated to you. I said, but I'm still here for you. Okay. Whatever you need or whatever, I'm still here. But yeah, it was a long road. It was a long road, and like I said, his mother, she called the cops on me because she thought I was kidnapping my son. Mind you, we had a custody case. We had a custody case coming up, and I was like, he's not going nowhere till we go to court because she was trying to go down south. And like I said earlier, she established the first case for child support. It was established in Philly. She left Philly and she came to Jersey. She lived down South Jersey. She dropped the support out of Philly, and we had an agreement. I was paying out of pocket, and then once I missed the payment, boom, she went running back to court while she was in Jersey. Established another case.
I gotta jump in. Were you
Go ahead.
paying her cash or a cashier's check?
Oh, I was giving her checks, cashier's checks. Okay. And she still ran. And then once one check was short or whatever, she hurried up and ran down to court, established a child support case in Jersey. So then she got married in Jersey.
Wow.
And still kept the case open on me. Then moved down, dropped the case from Jersey, and established another one in North Carolina.
Wow.
Mecklenburg County, I remember that one. Mecklenburg County, they came sending letters like, "Hey, you gotta go to court." So everywhere she moved, she opened the case. She was just bitter. And
no, sir, she was focused on you. She's focused on you.
Yeah. And mind you, she was married and she had another child.
Yeah.
But yet she was steady bleeding my pockets and the family court too. And let me say something about family court. Family court is funded off the child support payments, and it in some form or way it is illegal because I have a uncle who was a family court lawyer at the time, but he's different district now. But yes, family court is funded off the child support payments for them to stay open, for them to stay relevant, basically. And depending on your job situation, if you're in the military, state, federal government, yes, they're going to hit your pockets. It was at one point I was paying never ending saga.
Yeah.
Because I
got to take other calls and I want to take a break, man. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, no doubt. Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace. Star Report back in the building. Okay. Carnival Cruise, new rules, has some people in their feelings. I am not going with the narrative that they're racist. And I think I might play the video with regards to the source of where these claims are coming from. I didn't want to give the girl any light, but I may have to. Thank you for your donations. Give me a second. Hey, Vera, nice to hear from you. Patrice. Okay. Shazam, well, I haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope you are well, sir. Let me bring in area code 470. Hey there. Excuse me. Good evening, 470. You there? Research edition.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I seen y'all was talking about child support, man. I'm not on child support just yet, but I feel like I'm about to go through what the last caller is going through right now.
Okay.
So, I mean, my take on it is, I ain't gonna lie, man. The government ain't fucking with us, bro. Like,
sir, you cannot use that language. You want to call back another time? Just can't do it. Can't do it.
Oh no, that's on me. My fault, man.
Okay. Go ahead.
But yeah, I was just saying, the government, I believe that they know what the women are doing. They know what the women are doing to us. And it don't matter who you are. You could be broke or you could be LeBron James. Play around with these women if you want to. So I just wanted to pretty much warn every dude that ain't got no baby. Yo, brother, as soon as she had a baby, it's over with. It's over with, bro.
But you said you're headed in that direction? You're headed there.
Yeah, and I can't even control the boat. I can't even drive the boat.
Oh.
I'm headed there. I see it.
Well, why should anybody listen to you, respectfully? Why should anybody listen to you? If you couldn't control yourself and you're headed there.
No, I'm not saying I can't control myself. I said I can't control my woman. And people should listen to me, because if anybody feel like, because mind you, some people get out of hand with things and they put their hand on women. I'm definitely not, advocating for that. So for the people who have self-control, so I'm just saying it's not worth it to stress yourself out. Like, you can live your life a better way. You don't need all these things to be happy. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I thought I needed to be happy, was a kid, a girl, all this other stuff. But I'm finding out now, like, it wasn't the best thing.
So, you're going to marry her, or you just, you're going to play house?
Nah. Like, I think I'm going to be single for, I'll be good. Even in the Bible say there's nothing wrong with being single, So there's nothing wrong with that, man. I feel like love and stuff like this only come around one time, man. Or you give it your all time. And I just feel like, man, I don't have.
Are you ready to be a father? Never mind child support and what you think people want to hear. Are you ready to be a father? You might be a good father.
Yeah, I'm already a father. I'm 2 years in right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and like, mind you, I've been paying. I done did everything. I done moved from state to state dealing with her. And it's like nothing matters. It does.
You're on the run? Why are you moving from state to state? You're on the run?
No, mind you, I moved her in with me. 12 days into our brand new spot, she decides to move back home to her parents' house. So now I'm stuck in a state. So I was just going back and forth until the baby was born. Then I moved back to Atlanta. So now I'm out here and I'm still just wasting time, wasting money. We're in 2 separate houses. We're not together,
Can I ask what state is she in, sir?
Hang
on, let's take our time. What state is she in?
No, she's in Atlanta as well.
I thought you said she moved back to a different state.
Yeah, we moved to Virginia together, then she moved back to Atlanta.
Okay. I'm really interested in this. I mean, seriously, I've never gone through it. I pat myself on the back. I'm a high school dropout, but I've avoided this, that a lot of guys are going through and will go through. So now, with all due respect, how do you know you're the father?
Well, the baby looked like just like me. That's really it.
That means nothing.
I really know.
Sir, that means nothing.
No, I can agree respectfully.
How do you know?
I haven't gotten legitimized yet. I signed the birth certificate. I was there for the birth, but I just haven't did the legitimization yet. Yeah, and that's what's kicking my ass right now because I'm like, damn. Now when I go take this, I apologize for cursing. No. I'm like now when I go take this test, like what, it can be anything, and I have nothing to, there's nothing. It's a contract.
Mm-hmm. Can I tell you something? As an older man, and I'm not trying to disrespect the mother of your seed.
Yes, sir.
But you might want to get a test. You know why? Because everybody has a type. Everybody has a type, and you may be the type that she, has dealt with in the past, and that type may look similar. You follow me?
Yeah, you smooth. Yeah, you smooth for that one.
Yeah.
All right, I like that.
You might think it looks like you, but and how old is it now? 2 years old, you said?
Yeah, she just turned 2.
The terrible 2s. Wait till that little beautiful bundle of joy hits 5 and then 7. Then you're gonna see what you're working with.
I know, right? But
by the time she reaches 4, hang on a second. By the time she reaches 4, you're gonna be locked in. You're not gonna be able to get out. You can still get out at 2 years, a terrible 2s, and 3 years old. You can get out, but if you wait until that 4th year, you're trapped. Get that test, man.
Yeah. Okay, I will for sure.
All right. Salute.
Thank you, man. Thanks for everything.
Yes, sir. Oh, these hoes got a type. Can I get a 1 in the live chat if you know what I'm talking about, huh? You got a type? Hold on, guys. What is this? Hoes fighting. Hoes fighting where? On a ship? Okay. Who just sent me a video? Hoes fighting. Oh, what? These are naked hoes. I'm not playing naked hoes on the screen fighting. What are we doing? Guys, there's a video on Say Cheese TV. I cannot play it, but it's crazy. Can I put this in the live chat? Oh my God. Oh my God. You want to talk about entertainment? Area code 203. Please watch the language. Are you there? 203.
Yes, Star. Good evening. Good evening, Star.
Yes, sir. How are
Good
you?
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm alive, sir. How are you?
That's all right. So I'm calling about this child support situation that Horace Grant. I don't know how he got that done to him because I mean, he should have better attorneys. I don't know. Me myself, I went through something with the courts. I put myself, because most of these women, they use the child as a pawn. No, you can't pick her up this week. No, you can't pick them up this. They when you're not seeing eye to eye with them, they use the child as you can't see them. So I took her to court. Now you take them to court. You have to file all the paperwork. You're not on child support. Blah blah blah. So then you come to an agreement that you're going to give them this amount for child support. I was always giving her money, cash. Go buy her this. Go buy her that.
Oh God!
Right. So she wouldn't do it. So I would still have to go do it. So I got fed up. My dad was like, give her money orders. I started giving her money orders. She still wouldn't do it. Cool. So I finally took her to court. I presented all of that. But I had also information that she had a little side hustle. For all you fellas, they're not clean. I know you guys are listening. You know your baby mamas, they always got a cash app. Somebody's sending them money. They're doing little nails.
Sir, I have to jump in. Sir, I have to jump in. Are you from the New York tri-state?
I'm from Connecticut, yeah. Every state is different. Every state is different.
Sir, you snitched on your baby moms? That's what it sounds like you're trying to say.
You're damn right. You're not going to get me for all my money. You're damn right. So you think, but do you think they cared? Do you think they cared?
No, and
nope.
That's what I'm saying to you.
So let me
hold on. Listen, I've had associates.
You're damn right.
I've had associates, one or two friends, and they did what you did. They tried to tell on the baby mama, and the judge looks down on that, and there's some type of preliminary hearing before the actual court.
Right.
What is that called?
Mm-hmm. I forget right now, but you sit with the family court, family that you kind of come to an agreement with them before they take it in front and present the,
it's an arbitration process, but that's not the actual hearing itself.
No, that's not the wording.
Right.
No,
and that's where you told in that hearing.
Yeah, I printed it out. Her little. I'm not gonna say what it is. But, she's not doing nothing illegal, but she's claiming on her paperwork she had no income. So you see, so now that was. But you think the family court did not present that to the judge, that she lied on the paperwork that she signed? That's perjury. Okay, they let it go. They told me I had to give her, I think, 120 a week at the time, right? Okay. Then we still had to come back for court because I was trying to get, like certain days that I would pick.
It's called the mediation. They're saying in the live chat.
Mediation.
So
maybe I can't remember it. It was hell. So
you snitched in the mediation.
Right. Yeah.
But now stay with me. Stay with me.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been in that situation. I've had friends who have told me about it. But in the mediation process, negotiations, whatever, arbitration, certain things don't even make it to the judge. You do know that. So it's not like the judge would even put eyes on it. They whittle everything down and they say, okay, Your Honor, here's what we're going to present to the court. And then the judge just says, wham, signs off, and that's that. Right?
Right. So since she had lied about on her paperwork, I had presented that when I came back the second time. The first time I didn't have all that info. The second time I came back, I said this is what they didn't care, but they said they didn't put it in the final agreement that I had to give her anything. The lady said, you guys figure it out. So I said, okay, but in between all of that, there was a situation. I don't want to get into it because you never know who's listening and they might know who I'm talking about.
You call police.
Where she lied to the police. And I had proof So now you told the judge something different that you told the police. Now I got something over you. So you fellas gotta have shit on them because you gotta.
Sir, you have to watch the language.
Sorry for my
You
language.
have to watch.
I'm sorry for my language.
Can't do it.
I'm sorry for my language. I'm getting emotional because it was hell. It was hell. You're just trying to raise your child, be in your child's life, and these females, because they meet with someone new, they don't want you around because they're scared you're gonna mess up the relationship, knowing you have nothing with them, and because the new guy is like, this guy's coming around, like, and like most bum baby daddies, y'all keep sleeping with y'all baby mamas. You let like, if you're not with her no more, don't sleep over. You don't do that. Like, that's like, you might as well be with her. So my situation was nothing like that. I wasn't with her no more. She tried to.
I gotta jump in. Stay with me. I'm in no rush.
Go ahead.
We're doing an extended.
I got a lot more to say.
Okay. Okay.
So hopefully some guys can pick up.
How old is your beautiful child now? How old?
She's just past 10. She just turned 11.
So you do.
I don't want to be too.
You do know with girls.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've raised kids. Don't get it twisted.
Go ahead.
Just because I've never been married and I've never claimed any kids. I've raised kids. Females, when they hit 12, 13, all downhill. You become the enemy.
I already became the enemy.
Oh, God.
So that's what I'm saying. So I come to a realization. It's okay. I told her everything I had to tell her, about, dealing with boys, younger, whatever, and, not talking to older men and how to eat and blah, blah, blah. My daughter's pretty good. She's going to live her life like we all have. This is why I'm not against the youth. Like most of these old heads, the youth, young. No, like we were all young. We were all ignorant. We were all stupid at once. So let's not attack the youth. But what I'm saying is, yes, she does side with her mother more because she loves her mother more. Right. But she knows I'm right at the end of the day. So for example, if she needs anything now, I'll cash app it to her or her mother, and I want a receipt immediately. I don't give her mother anything anymore. So anything, my daughter has everything. Now,
hang on a second. With all due respect, so if you are now the enemy, and she's 10 years old?
I'm not the enemy, but that's just the word that we're gonna use, right? Like she sides with her mother more. Yeah. But my daughter, she's seen me and her mother bump heads a lot. She's gonna side with her mother more. It's just the way.
She's gonna flip on you when she hits 12. Hang on a second. When she hits 12, it's a wrap for you. So with that being said, I just respectfully, was it worth it? Was it worth it?
No, sir. No, sir. I see her. I go, drop off groceries for her. I spend a little time with her because she doesn't even really. She's like, "Oh, when we go to your place, it's boring." Yeah, because
thank you for being honest. Because you see, I want to hear these horror stories to assure myself that I live the life that I should be living.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're 1,000% right. I wish I'd like, damn, my dad set me up. Like, he didn't even tell me this shit. And I'm saying, like, he didn't live it though.
His time. So you cursed again. I gotta go. You cursed again. I gotta go, man. Gotta go.
All the best, Doc.
Hold on a second. Maybe I guess with a different perspective. Evelyn, it's so good to hear from you. Thank you for your continued support. Where do you want to start, Evelyn?
I was calling about how you doing though, first, Star.
I'm great.
I hope you're doing well.
Great. Thank you for asking. I'm great. What do you want to say?
I don't know really anything about the Len Bias story except for his career was cut short. Yeah. But I was calling about this child support issue. I told you in the past that I was married twice, and one time it wasn't because I wanted to get married. It's because my parents wanted me to get married. Okay. But as far as the child support thing go, now sometimes you get people that do want to pay for their kids, and they feel like, oh, I'm not going to allow this other man to just take over everything about my kid. You know, I'm going to spend time with my kid and all this and that. And I've never been the type of mother, oh, you can spend time with your kid. Even when I was traveling and stuff, because of my husband, the second husband, moving in the military, I still would let my sons go and come back to California and everything and stay with their dad for the summer, you know, if he wanted them to. Because by this time, he had got married too as well and had some more kids. So we made a deal, though, between me and him, and we went to a notary, and he was to pay me $750 per month.
Okay.
And he had to pay by Christmas, Easter, and school clothes. And he had to pay. And back then, my kids was playing Pop Warner football. He had to pay. He had to pay for their Pop Warner football.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. And me and him rode with that. Until really he got too sick to work, and they put him, because his kidneys failed, and they put him on dialysis. But he worked until he couldn't, you know, work anymore. But then after that, they took me off of the agreement that me and him had, which we had just went to a notary ourselves and did that agreement. He was down for it, and I just got like Social Security, because he was receiving Social Security, disability benefits.
Yeah.
So I don't know, why is it that the men feel like they shouldn't pay no child support just because the woman that moved on with their life and got married? Even though I didn't have a hard-hearted husband, he liked it being, you know, out there. Oh, these is my sons. He never, you know, acted funny style towards my kids. I'll just say that. And I had a gap in between the time I had kids for him, because my first kids was born in 83 and 84. And I didn't have no kid by him until 88. So we're during that time, he was really basically taking care of me and my kids, because I wasn't I was just a house.
Can I jump in, Evelyn?
I wasn't working nowhere.
Can I jump in? Now, I'm not saying, or nor would I say, you know, a man shouldn't take care of his kids. I'm saying I am not that type of man. I have been very straightforward with, you know, the couple of women who even claimed that they were pregnant, you know. But now it can drive a man to an early grave. I've known guys that have died from stress. I swear I don't know what brings on cancer other than poor eating habits. Sometimes it can be hereditary. I swear that some of these guys who I've known have gotten cancer by just letting themselves go due to stress. So my question is, well, to you, he died, right? Your first husband with the kids?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
And you said you and he went to a notary, and he was on his deathbed, and you had him signing shit over to you as he was dying.
No. When we got ready to break up, me and him, we didn't go through child support court. All we did, once me and him was through and we got divorced or whatever, we didn't go through child support court. All he did was say, look, I can afford to give you this much money right here. And me being young, and then his parents was in it, and my parents was in it. That's another thing too.
He did the right thing, Evelyn. He did the right thing.
Yeah, I took the $750 for the 2 boys. And like I said, in that document, in the statement that he wrote out, he said he would pay for Christmas, the things they wanted for Christmas.
Did the boys go see him in the end, Evelyn? Were they there for him?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Like I said, even when I moved to Virginia, when I moved and lived in Florida, when I moved and lived in New Orleans, Sasebo, Japan, they still came back to California and visit their dad.
Okay.
I never was the type of mom like, oh no, you can't go see your daddy. Please go see your dad.
Yeah.
Have a nice time. You know, why would I want to stop you from going to see your dad? Give me a break. Because like I said, in the midst of me getting married again, I didn't have any children by my second husband until 1988.
Okay.
This is what I'm telling you. So for 4 years, it was my husband I have right now. Me and him had no kids. He was just taking care of me and my kids.
Okay.
And
well, listen, Evelyn, you're from a different era, and you and I have had great conversations. So I respect, how you move and your different, philosophy and ideology on life. So I have nothing to add, but I wish you all the best, and I appreciate your input. Any thoughts on Carnival Cruises changing their rules? I don't think they're being racist. I think that they have to update things with the times. And I think we got a lot of funky, black, ratchet people who need to be accountable for their actions. That's my thoughts. But what say you?
I think so too. They need to upgrade a little bit. But you know what? I've never been on like a 3-day Carnival, Princess, Viking, any of them. I've never been on a 3-day. It's always been like a 7-day cruise, and it was never really no messy mess, And I never really was down low in the decking part or where my room was. So I never really had no problem.
Okay. I appreciate you, Evelyn. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mike, I got your Cash App. Star, pay your child support. Wendy Williams voice. Oh, that's right. I don't want to go back to the whole story, but Wendy Williams up on the radio crying for like 2 or 3 days straight. And she had this white girl from Dix Hills, Long Island, who I did live with for a little while, calling into Wendy's show. And the girl was lying. She didn't have no baby by me, but she was, she was just trolling. This, I think it was 2002, 2003. Must have been 2003 because I got suspended again from Hot 97. And I was out in Hazleton, PA. People kept saying, a couple of people called me and say, yo, some girl is on Wendy Williams' show saying you should pay your child support. So I drove into New York on some business because where I lived in Hazleton, PA, you couldn't get no Hot 97. So I'm driving into New York and listening to Wendy's show. And I called the studio line. They used to call it the warm line. And I get her on the phone. I say, hey, what's up? It's Star. And she says, hey, I'm busy. I can't talk right now, but you should pay your child support. Click and hung up. That was Wendy. Hey, I'm busy. I can't talk right now. Mind you, before she picked up the phone with me and was talking just very she was on the radio crying. And it came to me, hey, what's up? I'm busy. Click. Yeah. I thought that was Rob Lowe. Did you drop out? I thought I saw you in the queue. Andre, I got your donation, man. Thank you so much. Let me get that man's information on the showrunner. He says, Cole just said he worked till he couldn't anymore. Sound like modern slavery. asked her, did she take him out behind the barn and put one? Oh, wow. Okay, that's kind of hard. Salute to Andre. Let me bring in area code 631. Please watch the language. Are you there? 631. Good evening. Yes, no, maybe. 631. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gotta go. Looking for Andre's showrunner here as well.
Yo, what's good, Star?
Come on.
Yo, Star, I'm here.
You're killing the vibe. Come on. What's up, man? What's up?
I'm here.
What's up?
Hello.
Let's get him out of here, Goofy. I'm looking for Andre Tattoos showrunner. Goo, are you out there? Do you want to call in? Somebody's suing Diddy and Cassie. $10 trillion. Good God Almighty. $862. Good evening. Having a conversation. Are you ready? 862.
How you doing?
Hey there. Who's this?
This is SW calling from New Jersey.
Hey,
How
baby.
you doing, sir?
I'm good. Where do you want to start? Thank you for tapping in.
Well, I don't really want to talk too much about child support because I don't have no kids and I don't live that life.
Okay.
I do know stories about people who had like really diabolical experiences, but
Okay.
I don't know anything about that.
Well, what
But I
about
do wanna
the
touch base
Carnival
on-
Cruise? Carnival Cruise.
I do want to definitely touch base on the Carnival Cruise situation. I've never been on a Carnival Cruise.
Can you come a little closer to the phone? Sounds like you're far away. A little closer, please.
Is this better, Star?
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. I've never been on a cruise personally myself, but just because they're going to like really enforce these new rules, I'm going to go now. You know, I don't feel no type of way because a lot of people were saying that they're targeting Black people
Right.
and this and that and the third.
Right.
If I'm paying $2,000-$3,000 for an experience, right? I don't want people blasting ghetto ass music. There's kids on the boat. I don't want people smoking weed. I don't want kids late at night giggling and laughing and all that.
Right.
It needs to be some sort of restrictions to this type of behavior. And they probably are losing money, right? Because you got people that's probably been going on cruises for years and they probably was a little bit lenient with a lot of stuff that's been going on these cruises. And they've probably been losing a lot of money to say, look, hey, we got to stop this. We got to set up some rules. We got to set up some guidelines. And now I'm really intrigued about going because I know a lot of people that have been on cruise ships and they have had bad experiences as far as like kids running around, money going missing, people all laid out at night, kids and all this, people running around acting fugazi and crazy. To me personally, if they're going to enforce these rules,
people going in and out of the next room, slamming the door, bang, 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 for hours. That type of shit. Banging on the wall.
Exactly. So, and these cruises are not like cheap. They're expensive. You're going to pay to go on a decent cruise. You're going to pay at least a good $1,500, $2,000 for each person to get the whole liquor package. The food.
I don't think Carnival Cruise costs that much. Hang on a second. Let me look in the live chat. Guys, how much does a weekend or a week cruise cost on a Carnival Cruise? But you're right. I mean, I think the opposite is happening here. Now that people know that they are instilling certain guidelines, such as teen curfews, handheld fan bans, Bluetooth speaker restrictions, and they're saying that they're not banning rap music, but they're probably telling the DJs don't play all that profanity laced music. But people are probably now inquiring, say, okay, well, maybe I'll go now, just like you say. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I might just go now because I want to go for the experience.
Right.
You know, and don't get me wrong, there's a time and a place for certain things, but if you're going on a cruise where it's family friendly,
right?
And I feel like don't complain about something, you know, and black people are the first people to say, "Oh, I feel offended." No, I would feel offended if I'm going on a cruise ship and I got my family and somebody's bumping some city girls, and they're not even playing the radio edit version, right? And I'm sitting there paying $1,000 for my kid and just to enjoy the experience. And it just has to be restrictions. It has to be guidelines. It's a business. Right. I feel like if you want a ghetto ratchet or you want to have like loose things that's going on, people need to put their money up together, make your own little party cruise ship, and you keep going. Because I do know that Virginia cruise ship, they have a cruise ship where they don't even allow children on the ship. It's only adults.
Okay.
So I feel as though like if people are so quick to complain about certain things, if you want a hip hop cruise ship, then people need to put their money together and make that, and then you go enjoy that over there. Yeah. But if I'm personally going on a cruise ship, I want it to be family friendly. I want it to be fun. I don't want people fighting. I don't want wigs coming off. I don't want no rah-rah BS. I want to be able to enjoy myself, have myself a good time, get drunk. Don't worry about nobody pickpocketing me. Like, I just want to have a good time because people really do pay for that experience. And things are not... things are not...
You're right.
No,
you are right. Come on, girl. You're right.
Yeah, like, things are expensive nowadays. You damn near paying $15 for a carton of eggs. So if you're going on a cruise ship and you're getting the liquor package, you're getting the food package, you're doing this and that and the third, we can't have that disruption on a cruise ship where people are getting upset and, and I'm not just talking about black, I'm talking about the Karens, I'm talking about the Chads, I'm talking about the Darnells, the Sherrys. We don't need none of that. Like I said, I've never been to one before because I don't really know how the experience was, and a couple of people that I know had bad experiences.
I'm gonna check into it though. I mean, honestly, I just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna find out how much a Carnival cruise for a week costs. And not that I'm going because I can't be around that many black people on a goddamn boat out at the sea. That would be a horrible way to go if that ship got hit, kind of like the Titanic and fighting for life forever. Anyway, Listen, baby, I gotta take other calls. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You have a good night, sir.
Bye now. That'd be a horrible way to go. Roblo, hold on 1 second. Sit tight, Roblo. I'll be right there. Guys, www.andretattoos.com. Please tell him I sent you. He does incredible work. If you need a full body tattoo, very, very professional job, reach out to that man. Tell him I sent you. www.andretattoos.com. Erica got your donation. Little Tucci, Cardi, Red, Meg by one. Okay. I'm not sure what you mean, but thank you very much. Are you talking about the music? I don't know what you're referring to, sir, but thanks so much. Rob Lowe, thank you for your patience, man. Are you there on a Monday evening? Rob Lowe.
Salute, Star.
Hey, man.
Can you hear me?
Good to hear from you, Rob. What's cracking, man?
Nothing much. I saw where your show at work. I couldn't put it on.
Okay.
So I started from the beginning.
Yeah.
And then I just jumped in and called off of and then I realized when I had. So Len Bias and Carnival Cruise. I'll start with Len Bias.
Okay.
Where are you at with that? Because I'm pretty sure you got it all flushed out by now, right?
Well, I was just curious. I never saw him play in college. I became familiar with him like many people did after his tragic death. And over the years, because I was, a very huge Boston Celtics supporter in the 70s and the 80s, sometimes you wonder what could have been. And combined with the fact that the Boston Celtics system, I was watching a video and I said, he may have turned out to be a really, really good player. And so I just started doing a little couple of deep dives about his background. And this time I started paying more attention to his form and his execution. And he was a really, really good college player. But I was under the impression that he was sniffing cocaine. But come to find out, according to the LA Times and a few other different sources, he was smoking it, and it wasn't his first time. So I'm not too sure now, because that's a very, very hard life, especially back in those days, that type of pure cocaine. So we're just talking. I don't claim to have in-depth knowledge, but what I'm not saying is that he was better than Jordan. No, I'm not saying that.
Well, I'll tell you what I remember, because I saw it. I remember seeing it live.
Okay.
When he died. I don't remember. The only thing I remember about how he played was the highlight reels after when he first passed away.
Okay.
Because the thing that I remember most is when he passed away, they showed his family.
Right.
And the mother was turning over, whining, screaming. Yeah. No, it's a hard thing when you lose, because he was going to get his whole family out of where they were.
Okay.
And I remember also them trying to see if they could get the money, but he didn't sign yet, which was one of the things that I also remember. And they were like, no, none of that. But I do believe that he would have been a great player. He wouldn't have been better than Michael Jordan, because there were other great players. Clyde the Glide Drexler was a great player. They even compared him, saying that he was neck and neck with Michael Jordan. But that didn't matter, because
Jordan took that as an insult. Whenever you mention Clyde in comparison with Jordan, Jordan took that as an insult, right?
See, there was a totally different media spin on the way they did things back then. See, there could only be one back then. Only be one. So
hold on a second. Jordan actually made that clear. That wasn't just the media. Jordan himself took offense to being compared to Clyde Drexler. That I do know. Go ahead.
No. Jordan was very competitive. And yes, he voiced his opinion. But what I mean is the way that the media and the NBA pushed it. The NBA pushed that there was only one, and it was Michael Jordan. They played that all the way up until he retired, and they played I Believe I Can Fly and all of that stuff. But yeah, Len Bias, the other thing was too that I remember, and it came out maybe a year or two later, was that he had that same condition that Big Pun had, where I'm not saying his heart got as big as Big Pun's, but they said that when they did the autopsy on Big Pun, his heart was as big as a football, and that's pretty big. What's his name? Len Bias, they were saying, had that issue with his heart, where it was that's how they determined that it wasn't just a one-time
enlarged.
And what I remember is that
it enlarged.
Yes, it was enlarged. And what I remember was that it was crack, and they tried to quash all of that.
Freebasing.
To protect his image, because that was at the time when they were still trying to land the name for crack, and I think that was before the Time magazine, where they put it on the front cover.
Well, hold on a second, Rob Lowe. Freebasing came before crack cocaine. Freebasing was cooking it, down to its purest form. Crack cocaine became something that that people could mass produce, package it, and sell it in smaller forms. Two different things: freebasing and crack. Go ahead.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think he passed away before they put it on the cover of Time magazine. Crack. Was it Time? Yeah, Time. But so I believe he would have been great. He wouldn't have been greater than Michael Jordan, though. That Michael Jordan is a one-time thing. Like Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, you won't see that again in our lifetimes. So there's not going to be two of them at the same time, two greats like that. Like, that was a one-time thing with Michael Jordan. And I don't think Len Bias would have been as great. But the other topic you had was Carnival Cruise, right?
Brand new policies. Shutting shit down.
See, you got to be hard on a nigga. You got to be hard on it. I don't think they're being hard enough.
Come on.
They're not being hard enough. If I had something to do with that, not only would you not be able to sail, you wouldn't be able to fly. You totally have to stay where you're at with that type of behavior. Because when I travel, I'm not traveling to bring, since I'm from New York, I'm not bringing Brooklyn with me, the Bronx with me. I'm traveling to get away from that. I can't stand when I pay to go somewhere and there's somebody there that they've either never been there before or they have, but they just don't know how to act. You should not be acting like that. If I were them, I would make it much stricter for that type of element to be.
You there, Rob? Did he drop out? Rob,
yeah,
Rob?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just no. I thought the call dropped.
Oh no. Well, yeah. I mean,
but I definitely
we have been talking about
we've
been talking about since the show started that these people who have been acting out and doing the most, brawling and fighting. I don't like the fact that they're trying to claim racism against black people. No, it's a certain element that is fighting, turning up, and doing the most. But go ahead and land your plane because I'm getting backed up on calls.
Right. You see, if you do anything with black people, there is going to be an element of that that's going to claim racism. And it's just like in New York when they used to have them cruise ships, the little ships that used to go around Manhattan in the Hudson River. Mm-hmm. I've seen fights break out on there where they try to throw people in the Hudson River. You think I'm going to get on a boat and be trapped on somebody with somebody and we out in the ocean and you acting like that and fighting and throwing? Nah, man, I ain't doing that. Okay. That's why I just leave all of that. I leave all of that to them. I'm going places where that type of element won't be. Okay. And that's what I'm paying for, to be away from that type of element. There's no way I'm getting on. Why would I get on a boat for the hip hop experience? They do that on the Hudson River. Yeah. Why am I gonna go into the islands with that? No, I'm good. Right. I'm good.
Rob Lowe, good to hear from you.
They need to restrict them niggas. Yeah, they need to restrict them niggas until you can't even leave the island of Manhattan or the Bronx. Salute, Star.
Salute, yes, sir. Okay. Rob Lowe tapping in. Hey there, 206. Good evening. Is that who I think it is on a Monday evening?
Hey, Star, it's Sunday.
Sunday. Good to hear from you. What's cracking? What's shaking?
Yes, I haven't been able to call in like your last few episodes, but since it's early before I start work, I figured I'd call.
You've been busy.
I don't have.
You've been busy.
I've been working.
Getting the bag.
Oh yeah, making good money on contract.
You just got back from Hawaii, yes? No, or am I confusing you?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't vacation. I've just been working and doing double.
Okay.
I don't vacation.
Okay. So what's going on with you?
Yeah. I just wanted to comment on the child support thing.
Yeah. That whole conversation came about due to former NBA great Horace Grant. His entire pension has been taken from him. I'm not sure how much per month, but he's got a bunch of kids. And yeah, I know nothing about child support. Even though I've done shows, I don't know. What do you want to say, Sunday?
Well, I think there's bad seeds on both sides. You know, you have deadbeats, you have good fathers,
clearly,
and you have deadbeat mothers, and then you have good mothers.
Mm-hmm.
However, legally, they don't really discern between the two, and child support is required regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I think paternity should be established in all cases. You played a video earlier where that wasn't the case. That's super weird to me, but either way, child support is imperative for the well-being of the child. I think it's so sad when men feel otherwise. I do agree, and I apply this to myself, that when a woman decides to have a child, that's her responsibility, but not financially. Responsibility as in the day-to-day, the raising, the this, the that. Because if the relationship dissolves, you decided to have that child. A lot of the time, women know before the child's even born that there is no relationship. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know that all the burden weighs on you. But financially, the law can kind of intervene, but the father can still choose to be absent. And so I myself am aware of the fact that my son is my responsibility. His father pays child support and has done so since the beginning.
Okay.
state ordered because he was in the military, and it's a crime to not pay. So he does pay child support every single month. It's not an impressive amount. It's a small amount, but it's better than nothing. And I tell my son how I feel about your father. It has nothing to do with you. Your father pays every month so that you can have nice things. And so therefore, that's his way of showing that he cares. And then one day when he gets to be 18, maybe he'll be able to reconnect, but I never allow my son to develop an opinion based off of his absence. I feel like paying is a show of love. That's how some people do it, you know. Some people, you know, for whatever reason, choose to separate and then, you know, separate from their child. But then just the act of paying, I feel, is a show of love. So I tell my son, hey, listen, he pays for your toys, pays for your clothes. He loves you. He's not able to be present, but one day he will be. Not all women do that. Some women are very much so money-grubbing, vindictive, spiteful, crazy, whatever you want to call it. I don't think that's conducive to the child to speak down on a man who is paying. Now, if he wasn't paying, that's a different story. But I truly believe that the consensus of a lot of the callers is like they have like a disdain towards the mother.
Well, hang on a second, because as you know, I don't want people calling and talking about the consensus of the callers. Leave that to me. But let's go back to you for a second, since you put your business on the table, and I say this with all due respect.
Sure.
You know, okay. You're saying that your son's father pays child support. We don't know him. We don't know what his story is, but he's in the military, so he pays. Did you have to take him to child support court?
Well, the way I did it was I offered.
It's either
first.
yes or no. It's either yes or no.
Yes,
did
I
you?
did.
Okay.
Yes.
You took him to
Yes,
child
I did.
support court.
Yeah.
Let me speak
I
for.
tried to.
It's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead.
Let me speak for men out here who, and I say this with all due respect, you know, who stand on certain principles. And just because we smash doesn't mean I like you, doesn't mean I want to be attached to you. And I am prepared to not have nothing to do with your child or you. Doesn't mean I can extend love. But your mom was a jump off, young man or young girl. Your mom was a jump off, and I don't know if you are like your mom. Your mom was somebody who I met in a club or wherever. She didn't have any real value to me. And whether you're going to be something in life or not is not really my fucking concern. Now, is that being cruel or is that being real?
It depends. I think that might be true for a lot of people. Like if you have a one-night stand, then yes, that would be the case. But if you're with somebody for years, you can't really accuse them of being, you can't really use that.
I'm being very direct. One night stand.
Yeah. No, for sure. A one-night stand, absolutely, I can understand that. Absolutely. But that wasn't the case for me. I was with that person.
I didn't say you. I didn't say you.
Oh, yeah.
We're just having a conversation,
yeah.
You know. You tell the kid whenever he or she comes to you, 15, 18, 25. Listen, young man, your mom and I were blowing the kush, the piff, the la. Your mom was on Xanax. I was on a perk, and that's how you were conceived. But it doesn't mean I want to be in your fucking life. Sometimes the most cruel, what may seem like the most cruelest things are actually the best. You know, I have to say that because, you know, otherwise women get into this mindset of, you know, oh, well, you need to do this. And the bitch, I don't need to do shit. So that's why I wanted to put this on the table about relinquishing the rights to a child. Yes, it's a child, but, you know, children are a gamble. You know, you never know what you're going to have when they grow up. I just want to say all that. I mean, nothing directed towards you, but just so we can have a full conversation about child support. That's all. But go ahead, jump in wherever you want to go.
Well, just to add on to what you're saying, this is going to sound horrible, but I'm pro-abortion, and I believe that a woman who gets pregnant from a one-night stand should have an abortion. The idea that any female would keep the child would lead me to question her mental state. That's insanity. It really is. I think they should take the plan B, the after pill, or they should have an abortion. It's insane. Why would you have a child from a total stranger? That's absolutely ridiculous. But, everybody kind of chooses how they want to go about things. I know some women, if that's a predatory move, like some women will deliberately try and, become pregnant from a one-night stand because they were preying on the man before he got into the bedroom. Like, let's say they thought he had nice things, or they saw him somewhere, or they think he has money, and they'll deliberately get pregnant. Like, become intoxicated, become pregnant, and then next day, make plans for child support. Those type of women know exactly what they're doing, and it's a predator.
Hang on a second. Someone says, Star, this is how Jay-Z feels about the grown-ass son of his. Well, sir, it has not been confirmed if that is or isn't Jay-Z's son. Supposedly, the lawsuit that young man filed, they're moving forward with some type of a paternity test. I'm sorry, Sonny, you were saying what?
Yeah, that situation is really messy. I watched several interviews that he had. I believe him, but like you said, it's not confirmed. I do think he's telling the truth. But again, that lends to the fact that maybe the woman thought he was going places and she decided to have a child with a man she didn't even know. And again, I'm not blaming anybody, but I do think that a woman knows what she's doing to deliberately, have a child with someone they don't know. That is an intentional predatory act for financial means. That's what I truly believe. Isn't that kid's
mother dead? Isn't his mom?
He did. She died. Yes, she did. She unfortunately passed away, but she was not in a relationship with this person. If you
Jay-Z.
are just
my Jay-Z.
Yeah. If it's just purely sexual, it doesn't make sense to have a child with somebody. It just does not make sense. Yeah. So. But with some women, they're like, oh, because like this is the thing. Jay-Z's rich. He was now, right? He wasn't rich back then. He wasn't rich. I don't know when he got signed, but when he was like in his early 20s, he was still establishing himself is the point that I'm trying to make. And that's when the child was conceived. And some women can get a sense of he's going places. He's going somewhere. So let me, you know what I'm saying? Like put myself in a situation to where we could conceive.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Sunday. Yeah. Deeds or anybody out there, is there a chance that kid, young man, I think he's in his 30s, is there a chance that he can sue Jay-Z for abandonment, retroactive child support? I know nothing about that whole world. Is there a chance that guy can sue Jay-Z? Because if there is, then this may be a money grab. I don't know. He kind of resembles Jay-Z. I will say that.
He does. I could be wrong, but I feel like I read somewhere that you cannot sue unless a paternity was established. Like if he had a paternity test.
I think that he got a court order. I could be wrong. If you want to Google it, Sunday, I'll keep you in the line.
He does. He does. I'm talking about with the conclusive results. Right. He doesn't have results. And let's just say he's 32. If he had a paternity test that said that he was the father and he was sitting on that for decades, he could sue, but he doesn't have that. And so Jay-Z could technically say, I didn't know whose child that was. Yeah, so he cannot sue him for anything. And he's also verbally said, he doesn't want nothing. He's been saying that. He's like, I don't want anything. No. He says he doesn't want any money. He's been saying that.
That's what they all say. Hold on a second. Vera, I got your email. I'll read that in a second. I'm not sure. And thank you, Dana. Dana says tomorrow's hearing is Diddy's lawyer's request to not wait until October for sentencing. The hearing is for an earlier sentencing date. Thank you, Dana. Dana, did you see F1 yet? I know we spoke yesterday. Sunday, do you want to shift gears? Or do you have any knowledge about the Carnival Cruise? Any thoughts on that?
I'm not into boats. My sister goes on vacations and she goes on boats all the time, cruises. She loves it. I'm not into boats. I I maybe I get seasick or whatever. I'm not into the confinement. I'm claustrophobic, so I don't have an opinion on that. But I do think it's interesting that they
could you be around that many black people on a boat? Honestly, Sunday.
Well, this is the thing. I genuinely like
keep it real.
Feel like
keep it real, Sunday.
I am keeping it real.
Could you be on a Carnival Cruise Line with that many black people?
Okay, let me put it in a way. Let me put it this way. It's not me, it's them. They don't like me. It's not the other way around. And so I would be uncomfortable because anytime I'm around black people, there's always a conflict, like immediately.
Here we go. Here we go, everybody.
There's always a conflict. And I don't like being around them because they don't like being around me. So I just keep a distance. And that's not racism. They just don't like me. And it's been like this since I was a child. And they make me uncomfortable and vice versa. So I just
the answer is no.
Go a different way.
No, you wouldn't go on a
cruise line anyway. It's oil and water. It's oil and water is what it is. It's oil and water. Okay. There's just nothing. We have nothing in common. It's just awkward and weird. So I choose to not be in spaces where that's the predominant group. That's it.
Stay with me a second.
It just makes me uncomfortable.
Anybody want to call in with Sunday and I? We're talking about the Carnival Cruise Line. Hold on a second. And Dee sent me another text message here. She says, generally an adult child. Okay, can you Google that thing with Jay-Z's alleged son? Sunday, are you home? Are you home, Sunday?
What did you say?
Are you home?
Yeah, I'm home. I leave for work in about 2 hours.
Can you Google that thing with Jay-Z's alleged son? Did he get a court order to pursue the paternity test? While I'm reading this.
I'll check right now.
Okay. Dee says generally an adult child cannot sue an absent parent for unpaid child support. Child support is typically owed to the custodial parent, not directly to the child. The custodial parent is the one who has the legal right to pursue child support payments, including back payments. Thank you, Deeds. Wow, God, she said, Deeds, I can't read this. Thank you. I'm up to the second paragraph. It's too much, but thank you, Deeds. Trying to hurt my eyes here. Sheesh. Okay. Sunday is looking for something. Let me bring in 213 for a hot second while Sunday is doing a little research there. Hey, 213, you there? Good evening.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing? I'm calling from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Okay. I'm all right. How about yourself? Good. I used to be a travel agent.
Okay.
So I used to book those cruises and so forth for Caribbean cruise, Atlantic, and all of those, right? So back in the 80s, the clientele who used to go on those cruises was the upper echelon. You know what I'm saying? Right. The well-to-do people. As the decades went by, the prices started going down.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So then I noticed that some of the passengers who happen to be of white persuasion start having funky attitudes, not because of what black people was doing, just because now black people are in their presence. See what happened?
Let's go.
See what happened? Okay, so, I mean, do you remember the cell phone phenomena?
Yes. You kidding me?
Remember when white folks had cell phones and, you know, they would talk all loud in the middle of the restaurant and nobody would say nothing because they was kind of like trying to show off? Look at me, I have so much.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The history of mobile phones, if you will, there were phones in cars first. Correct me if I'm wrong. And if you had a handheld phone, it was like a big battery pack thing. But yes, to have a mobile phone, if you will, that was a big deal. So yes, I just want to say, champion what you've said. Go ahead.
So when they were going ahead and having their conversations in public, no one said anything.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
But as soon as black people and other minorities start getting cell phones, now it's disturbing the peace. It's rude. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
See, every time they got something, oh, it's elite. This is the way. But when we get stuff, all of a sudden, it loses value and so forth. It's called elitism.
You're right.
You understand what I'm saying?
You're right.
Okay. So now going back to the subject with the cruise lines, as they start losing money, especially after COVID, they then lowered their ticket prices in order to go ahead and gain back their clientele. Unfortunately, because of their poor sanitation practices, remember they had all that food poisoning and all that going on for a couple of years.
On the cruise
they
ships?
Lost
on the cruise ships?
Yeah, on the cruise ships.
I've never
remember when they had that out.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I myself have never taken a cruise with a whole bunch of people. I've never done that. That's not my thing.
Okay. So when they start stacking people on, 5,000 people to a cruise ship, right? Well, they start lowering some of the prices in some of the lower decks.
Right.
The lower decks is kind of like Titanic. Remember, you had the broke people in the bottom of the ship, and all the rich people was in the top of the ship. Okay, same thing. Except black people, we not finna stay in the bottom of the ship, because we have access to everything else. We want to go to the swimming pool. We want to go to the ballrooms. We want to go to the salons. We want to go to the, we want to take advantage of the things that the ship advertise. That's why we bought the tickets, right?
Can I jump in? Can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Uh-huh.
I appreciate everything you're saying, and what you're saying also rings true with airlines. But now, what does that have to do with black folk brawling, fighting, and throwing chairs?
Okay, so what my dad told me, when you go to a dollar show, you get a dollar crowd.
Okay.
Good
point.
So what happens is a lot of the older, I'm talking about the older, like the 60, 70-year-old cruise people who used to frequent these ships. Now there's a new generation of cruise ship goers, and you know how black folks is. We're going to try to squeeze every ounce of joy out of our cruise, because this might be our first and last time ever having the opportunity to go on a cruise. You understand what I'm saying? And then what makes these people mad is now they see that young black people are on the same economic level as them. That's what really bites it.
Stay with me a second, sir. Sunday, do you want to chime in, or do we let someone else respond to what this man is saying? I like how he laid things out. He gave some history. Or is Sunday?
Yeah. Hey, Star. I did look up what you asked me to look up, but in lieu of what this gentleman is saying, I don't agree that black people are in the same economic situation as their white counterparts. That's completely false. I think they pretend to be on the same level, but they're nowhere. No, that's not the reality. I think it's well known and it's well documented that black people pretend to be rich. So there's very few that actually are.
Black people.
Can you let her finish, sir? Sir, let Sunday.
Okay.
Finish.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sunday. You were saying.
There's very few that actually are. They'll buy designer, they'll look nice, smell nice, even go to the gym, but their credit score is destroyed. They don't own anything, and they go on vacations more than they work. So I think that's pretending to be rich.
Okay, is she finished?
Sunday,
I'm finished.
Is she finished?
You're good, sir.
Can I retort?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I call BS. Listen, black people own houses. Black people own cars. Black people own businesses. I don't know I don't know what part of the country she live in, But if you go down south, you see that black people, in fact, my family owns 400 acres of land that's been generational, that's generational wealth. And I got friends who got the same, who says the same generational wealth. I come from Jackson, Mississippi, and when people say Jackson, Mississippi, they immediately think that that's like, ooh, they broke. They poor. No, they just happen to, most of the wealthy residents moved outside of the city into the suburbs. They act like, beg your pardon?
Yeah, Sunday.
Can I ask you your name?
My name is Dwight Dorsey.
Okay, Dwight, you sound like a gentleman. You sound like a nice man, but I think you're lying. That's what I think.
Oh, miss, how can I be lying?
Sunday, don't attack the man's character. Well, hang on a second, sir. If I can chime in here for a minute. Okay, but now, so the lower tier is coming to these cruises. The lower tier is coming to airlines. Thus, the reason why we have Spirit and Southwest and some other stuff like that. And you're right. I agree with you. Black folk do have money. Are they pooling their resources? Why don't we see more black cruise ships? It's almost like, still going to white folks or a corporation to be accepted. Can you speak to that? Why don't? Because you said you were a booking agent. Would you say you were?
Yeah, I was a travel agent.
Travel agent. Why don't we see more, black cruise ships or companies that own cruise ships?
Because of the same obstacles Marcus Garvey had to put up with: federal interference, governmental red tape. You understand where I'm coming from? When we try to get stuff, then they want to super analyze the people who are invested in it. I mean, that's real. And then for the lady that called me a liar, check this out. You can look on my Facebook. It's open. I have nothing to hide. We have doctors and lawyers in my family. I went to school.
You know what's so funny?
My mom, Miss, it's my time to talk.
Let him speak, Sunday.
Okay.
Speak, Sunday.
Go ahead.
My mom had a PhD, came from Mississippi State University. My dad had a master's degree that came from Mississippi State University. I went to school at 16 on a full scholarship. So you can't say I'm a liar when you have millions, tens of millions of black people who are homeowners. Look at Atlanta. Look at New Orleans. Look at Birmingham. Everywhere we go, we own. No, because you said we don't own nothing.
Let that man speak.
You said we don't own our own houses.
Let that man speak.
And may I ask, can I ask her, what is her race? What culture is she from?
I'm black.
You black? And what
Very
city
black,
are you
very
from?
Black. I'm blacker than you.
What city? No, you can't be blacker than me. What city are you from? I'm from Mississippi. You can't get no blacker than that, baby. So anybody from Mississippi will tell you. What part of the country are you?
Time for the bullshit Monday evening.
Well, okay, so is it my turn to speak or am I just answering his question?
Because I'm asking you your question. What part of the country are you from?
He's asking a question.
No, but okay, so I'm from all over. I've been in the north.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
It's the truth. So I lived in I was born in Baltimore. I lived in New York till I was 12 and 9/11. I moved to Florida. At the age of 12, lived there till I was 18. Then I moved back to Jersey. Then I moved to Alaska. I've been all over the country.
So you never took roots. So in other words, you never took roots anywhere to even get to know what a community is.
I've seen a lot. So I have an
but what you see is only limited to your exposure, isn't it?
That's the same
what you was
thing
exposed to.
Okay,
The
guys,
same could be
no, sis.
We're doing one at a time, so we're not.
Okay, so
talking.
can I?
Okay, I'm gonna let her speak. I'm gonna let her speak. Go ahead.
Let her speak, please.
This man has been speaking, and okay, so all this. Okay, so you said that both of your parents are well educated, right? And that's an achievement. That's a huge achievement. So how did you, following their footsteps, end up as a travel agent? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't sound prestigious to me, coming from being the offspring of well-educated, well-to-do people. You ended up with a less than desirable career. So it sounds to me like when it doesn't make sense, when it doesn't make sense, there's a lie somewhere. So maybe they got PhDs in liberal arts. I don't know what they got a degree in.
Okay, you want to hear the truth?
No, I'm not finished. So this is the type of rhetoric that a lot of FBA use.
Sunday, you asked them a question. Let the man respond.
No, it was a rhetorical question.
Well,
it was a rhetorical question. It's not a direct question.
Sunday, let him respond. You asked him. He came from a certain pedigree to become a travel
agent.
Just let him respond, and then we'll go back to you.
Makes no sense.
Let him respond. I'll go back to you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When I went to Jackson State University on a full scholarship, I graduated. When I graduated, I then went to the Marine Corps. When I went to the Marine Corps, I traveled.
Sunday, let this man speak, Sunday. Good, sir.
When I graduated, I went to the Marine Corps and I saw the world. Then I had a taste for white women. And when I started dating white women, my parents said, look, we worked hard for everything we have. And if you marry this white woman, she's going to get half of our, and that's something we will not be able to accept. I said, that's cool, Mom and Dad. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move out here to California and I'm going to live this liberal lifestyle. My children can, like I said, look up Dwight Dorsey or look up Dorothy Benford or Eugene Dorsey. And I ain't got to lie. Who are you two? I have to lie to.
Okay.
What did you get a degree in?
Can we let Sunday? Let Sunday talk
history,
now.
Sociology.
Sir.
That's a useless degree. You got a degree in sociology to be a travel agent. That's a useless degree. And you being with a white woman is not a flex. How many teeth does she have in her mouth when you met her? Was she living in a mobile home?
Whoa.
Check this out. The woman that I married, check this out. The first woman I married, her folks was millionaires. Her name was Raymond. If you want to hear the truth, then see, this is what I'm saying.
So guys, what we're not going to do is talk on top of each other. Sir, you have the floor. Please don't make me push buttons to let other people speak. I don't want to do that. This is a research show. Sir, you have the floor.
Exactly, because I'm trying to do parliamentary procedure. You talk, I'll listen. I talk, you listen. Well, you don't really have to listen because all you're going to do is hear. You're not going to believe anything I have to say. But what I'm saying to you is, first of all, I'm a grown man. I'm 63 years old. I've lived a life that you have yet to even see. You see where I'm coming from? I've been around millionaires. I've been around that. My family has millionaires in them. We got doctors, lawyers, everything that every other people have. And we're all college educated, including my grandmother. She went to Tougaloo College, Tougaloo University in Tougaloo, Mississippi. I am Choctaw and black. So you don't know nothing about my pedigree.
Okay.
And if this man, and all I ask for you, sir, if you can, Google Dwight Dorsey, DWITE DORSEY on Facebook. It's open.
Can I ask you to email?
Yes, sir.
Me? Here's my email address on the screen because I got a bunch of windows open here. I want to bring Sunday back on, and I'm going to let you guys, finish up. We've been having a healthy conversation. This is a healthy conversation. Sunday,
because she don't own anything.
Okay,
she doesn't own anything. She never took the time to invest in a house.
Okay, hold on.
I have 2 houses,
sir. Let's let Sunday respond. And I'll give you the last word, and Sunday will stay on the line with me. Go ahead, Sunday.
Yeah, I just think it's so funny how when FBA gets on your show, suddenly they have lawyers and doctors and all these, high caliber people in their family. And there's no way to verify it. It's just something that they depart with in their final their final debate. And it's so ridiculous. How many of you guys call and say that nonsense? I've heard it too many times on this show, and none of it is true. Even if it were true, that's not a reflection of you. That's somebody else's achievement. Your achievement, it sounds like you got a useless degree in sociology, you became a travel agent, and you found yourself a honey boo-boo to wife up. I'm not seeing the pedigree that you say that you have. In this conversation, I'm not seeing it. And you are 63 years old. I'm 36. Do not compare your life achievements to mine. At 36 years old, you are at a different place in life. I'm at a different place in life than you. Of course, at 63, you should have something in your name. Common sense, right? Why would you still be renting at 63? Not to say that most don't. At the end of the day, I stand on what I said. A lot of y'all are frauds and you lie, acting and pretending to be rich. You didn't want to admit the type of degree that you had when you first gave your
Okay, I put
resume.
mine on God. I put
When you
mine on
gave your
Jesus
resume,
Christ. I
when
put mine
you-
on God. Are you
Okay,
willing
so
to
now
say
you're
the same?
speaking over me. You're not speaking over me.
Because you insulting me.
No, I'm not
You
insulting you. I'm
insulting.
calling you out.
Yes,
There's
you are. You insulting me and
I am
FBA by saying
out.
every FBA whoever
Then maybe you
called
guys should
was a
stop
liar.
lying.
All right, so we're gonna let you land your plane, sir. Let you land
You
your
are
plane.
lying.
Hold on, Sunday. All right, sir, you got 30 seconds to land your plane. I got to get back to the show. Please go ahead.
Okay. What I claim is if you look up and Google how many black homeowners are in the United States, even if she pulls up one, that makes her whole argument invalid because at least one black person in America owns something. She said none of us own anything. Ain't that what she said?
I don't know.
So in other words, what your hypothesis is incorrect and inadequate. And since now I know that you are tethered, because you made it quite clear that you're not FBA. So why did you come to America since you have so much?
Okay.
And then you came here and you still ain't got nothing.
All right, sir.
I owned my house when I was 18 years old. What are you talking about?
I have to take other calls. I appreciate you, though. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, Sunday, you there? We have to let people speak and land their planes.
It always gets so spicy when I call in. I don't know why. I'm just trying to help him see the light that he's a fraud.
I don't mind the conversation getting spicy. Hold on a second.
No, I just don't know why they're resisting the fact that they're frauds. It's just weird. I don't know.
Well, let's not make it they. You and that guy had a discussion. Let's keep it right there because I don't want you insulting other people. Okay, I don't see 631 in the queue. I see 301. I see 203. I do not see 631 in the queue. Let's go to 301. Are you there?
Yes, I am here, Star.
How are you, man?
I'm doing good. So I would like to talk about the Carnival Cruise.
Please.
So here's the thing with the Carnival Cruise. You know, the problem with the Carnival Cruise is a lot of these videos that we're seeing is the media pushing things because it's visually dramatic and it's emotionally intense.
Right.
And then also the competitors, there's competitors that are leaking videos through third parties as people or just in general because they want to push land-based resorts. And you got to understand, in my generation, millennials and Generation Z, they want to be on land and they want to, you know, when they go on vacation, the primary thing for them is to have their phones out, take videos and show people they're having a good time instead of actually having a good time. So the cruise it's been doomed to, it's pretty much doomed to fail. I mean, nobody wants to be on a cruise and go on excursions and then you come back, you eat as much as you can, and then now you're bloated on a boat and it's moving. The days of the cruises, I don't see the cruises picking up. Picking up where they left off prior to COVID because it's just not something that's entertaining anymore. The internet has shown that there's so many locations you can go to for vacation now that it's just not one of those things you want to do. And it was more family oriented back in the day. But I mean, for people to say that the cruises have become a little, well, not people, you know, just in general, I know people have, you know, people in general, like out, you know, in outside and whatever online have said cruises have become ghetto. I mean, the primary thing they show is girls twerking, but they do that everywhere now. That's nothing new. It's just cruises are just not something that people want to go to. In my generation and Generation Z, 100%, they don't want to do that stuff anymore. And so that's where I would land my plane on that. And in terms of child support,
can I jump in for a second? And everything you've just said, I agree with everything.
Yeah, man, it's just. Yeah. It's like it is.
The older generation moved differently. There's different things that were fulfilling, comforting, if you will. But today's generation wants something different, and that's why I don't necessarily have to kick dirt on them. But I don't believe it's necessarily racism. Earlier in the broadcast here, I played a couple of different videos. Not just white people brawling on a Carnival cruise in Australia, but I also played two white guys that owed child support. So you're right. It's a different generation. They move different. I think that the whole cruise ship industry I think it's headed into a direction of the toilet altogether. I mean, who wants to be, of the newer generation, as you just said, your generation, who wants to be on a cruise ship like it's the 60s or the 70s, reading books, listening to lounge music? No, you want to be turned up, high on something, and jumping in the water, yes?
That's what the new generation want to do, and the most important thing, they want to have their cameras out. They want to show. Oh, I just went on this. You know what I'm saying? They want to. So you can on a cruise ship. You can't,
fighting.
You could do
fighting.
Right. Exactly.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Exactly. So there's no point. There's no point in doing. And then you also got to realize this: we didn't have Uber back in the day.
Right.
There was no. When you go to these international countries, they have Uber. Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, or not Puerto Rico is in the United States, but you got Uber. You can do so many different things. Right. We're not limited to just cruise ships anymore. Right. And then the cost isn't just worth. It isn't worth it. And their marketing strategy, one of the biggest marketing strategies, all you can eat. Okay, resorts have all you can eat now. It's essentially going to become apathetic it's going to become apathetic for people at one point.
Yeah.
Now, for the child support thing, right? I want to preface my comments with this. I know that child support. White women make up the majority of child support recipients, but Black women are disproportionately represented among custodial parents receiving child support. So to me, it seems like it's a cultural thing with child support, because I know a lot of people, they like to clown Tethers, but Tethers and African women and Black women don't really go to child support court like that, because to them, in their culture, it's an embarrassment, right? So it seems to me, when you wife an FBA woman, their intention is already to go to court if you mess up. And you also got to remember this: nobody calls police on Black men more than Black women.
Oh wow!
So when you look at that,
hang on, sir. Do you have a source for that statement? I would assume differently, but then again, I was born in '64. I would say that Black women don't call the police as much as white women. You're saying something different? Do you have a source?
I don't have a source, but I mean, the numbers got to even out, man. Like, because they know that they can go to that. They know they have that card and they can call police on you. They know that. A lot of these domestic situations, when these guys get shot or these guys get harmed, it's because a Black woman called the police on them. And I'm not saying it's all Black women's fault, but what I am saying, as Black men, you got to do better in choosing somebody you're going to have a kid with. You got to understand her culture. It's not just Black men who are leaving these baby moms out here to vouch for themselves. It's a lot of other different cultures as well. They just don't they just don't want to be embarrassed in child support court and the government telling them what to do and how to do it. I've personally witnessed that. So you got to understand, it's in a culture. I've had homeboys who have kids with women, and their moms, the moms of the women, are adamant about putting the man on child support, and even the daughters say, "No, I don't want to do that because he actually takes care of his kids." So it's just a cultural thing. I don't know if that changed in the 70s, 60s. That's before me. I don't know.
Can I jump in?
To some older. Go ahead.
Can I jump in? This is just my theory, having lived 61 years of age. If you have a source, I would love to see your source. I would tend to think and believe that Black women don't call the police as much as people try to put it on them. I'm not pandering. I'm not caping. Black women, for the most part, know that when that race soldier comes to the house, he's not coming there to do anything other than to neutralize the situation. They're not coming there to protect and serve. They're coming there to enforce the law. And Black women know that can mean the death of not just the boyfriend, the baby daddy, or the husband, but it can mean the death of her son, her daughter. I can't go with that one. I think that white women call the police more. Hispanic girls call the police. A Black woman will fight with you. Oh, she'll brawl and get the tussling, moving furniture and the whole shit. And at some point, if you don't calm the fuck down, she'll call 911. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think that because of that reality, that those, and I'll say it again, race soldiers, when they come to that goddamn apartment or the house, they got those fucking peacekeepers out. That's what they used to call guns back in the days, a peacekeeper. And they're coming to regulate and enforce the law. But I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I just noticed that it's hard for me not to notice that, you know, I don't think there's ever going to be a publication that's going to put those statistics out.
Okay.
But it's hard for me to, living where I've lived, and I've noticed that there's a lot more black women that call police on black men.
Okay.
And I'm not saying all black women are bad, but also I want this child support thing, Star.
Go ahead.
You know, these guys have got to make better decisions. You can't lay up with these girls and have kids. And you got to know the culture she's from, most importantly. There's women, they're adamant. They're adamant about putting you on child support. You make one mistake, I'm going to the court. You know, when you see these women have 3 different baby daddies and all of them on child support, come on, man. That's a bad look. There got to be some limits on this, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a bad look. So I land my plane on that. Thank you, Star.
I appreciate the call, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
Thanks.
Sunday, do you want to land your plane or do you want to hang out whilst I take more calls? It's up to you, Sunday.
I'm gonna land my plane. I got to get ready for work. But thank you so much for having me on your platform as usual.
Great talking.
Great
to you.
conversation. Yeah, I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Have a great day.
Okay, bye.
Can anybody put a 1 in the live chat if your father was like my father? My father was a country nigga from Durham, North Carolina. Told my mother early 70s, if the race soldiers ever come to this house, I'm gonna burn this motherfucker down with everybody in it. They used to call the police race soldiers back in the 60s and the 70s. And he told me and my brother, don't you ever answer that front door. You come get me. But if the police ever come in this goddamn house, I'm going to burn this motherfucker down with everybody in it. My mother never called police. I mean, he never hit her, but I'm just saying, you know, he was a country nigga through and through. Area code 203. We're having a discussion here about the Carnival cruises and other topics. Are you there?
Hi, Star. I'm here.
Hey.
Yeah, so I have a comment about the Carnival cruise thing. I kind of disagree with the previous caller because cruising, I think, is here to stay. I've been cruising for almost a decade now, and it's my preferred way to travel because I stayed at resorts. I've done, you know, all of the Universals and all that in Orlando and LA, and you got to pay for your hotel. You got to pay for food. I've done the all-inclusive resorts. All I did was eat, sleep, you know, go out on town, lie by the pool. At least with the cruise, you can stop off different ports. One day I'm in Jamaica.
Okay.
One day I'm in Mexico. One day I'm in Haiti, you know, so it's not the way the previous caller, I don't know if he's cruised before, but it's not like that. There's a lot going on board, and I actually prefer. And after COVID, cruising actually exploded. I track cruising. I take like 2 to 3 cruises a year. Cruising exploded after COVID. So all of these cruise companies took huge loans. We're talking like, you know, we're into the 8-digit loans. They had to scramble because cruising was shut down.
Because
nobody was getting on board.
Because of the pandemic. So I agree. Yes.
Because of exactly. And these are companies, they're beholden to their shareholders. They got to make this money. And so what they did, I cruise exclusively Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
And next year I'm hitting Diamond, and my plan was to go on Carnival. Okay. After what I've seen, I'm staying with Royal Caribbean. I don't think I'm doing Carnival because Royal Caribbean, what they did is the loyalty members, they would give you double points, triple points. So you're attracting your loyal people. So we're not going to go act up on their boats. We're used to this. We're not new to this. What Carnival did, they were offering at one point, it was like $99, right? $199. Now you sailing out of Orlando, out of Miami, lit places, Galveston. And also, so that's one thing. Another thing is a lot of these people putting these cruises on Florida. So if I can go on a cruise and pay $25, $50 every check, oh, they're there. It's a coupling of many things.
Can I jump in?
Happen. Sure, go ahead.
Can I jump in? Do you travel by yourself and cruise by yourself?
I do.
Bingo.
I do.
Bingo.
And I feel safer.
Yeah,
I do. I do with people. I do with people. I do with my kids. Yeah.
But for the most part, you cruise and travel by yourself, right?
It's 50-50. I'll do one with the children, and then I'll do one, for myself.
I love traveling by myself. I still take road trips.
Me too.
I have for decades. And it's almost like we have a sense of what to avoid and stay away from. We know when it's time to We know when it's time to go to the room, take a nap, avoid the drama, the drama, the trouble.
The drama. I'm not on no one's time.
Right.
I can do whatever the hell I want.
Right.
I don't like people telling me, okay, we doing this. I'm my own itinerary.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now,
I was about to go to Cartagena by myself. I'm out of here.
Now, you probably know my age. I tell people my age for a reason. But in reality, when it comes to traveling, I live the life of a person who's in his 30s. I rent RVs. I don't have an itinerary. I just go with the flow. But with regards to these cruise ships, correct me if I'm wrong. The brawling and the fighting, it looks like people who travel in packs together, and somehow somebody gets into a confrontation with somebody else from another pack, and that's where the shit goes.
Yep. That's when it goes left. But you know what? I've been on Royal too. I have not seen a brawl like I've seen on Carnival.
Okay.
I have never seen chairs flying. Carnival, I blame them too, because have you seen their sail away party?
No, I haven't.
Their sail away party, it was a sea of black people. I've never seen that much black people in my life in one place. And then they have a challenge. They have a twerking challenge. Mm-hmm. And the cruise director gets involved in the twerking challenge. Okay. So this is what they're amping up. So you can't blame the people when they're advertising twerking challenges on the sail away party. Royal Caribbean has never done that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, and then people, I got off of Nassau once on my Royal Caribbean ship.
Okay.
Carnival Liberty was parked next to us. This group of black, I can't say they were girls, they were young women. They had to be in their mid-30s. They start twerking on the cruise. I'm like, can y'all wait at least till y'all get to freaking Senior Frogs? They start right when they get, and you could tell, we get off, we file, Royal Caribbean people file. Carnival, it's a party. And I was a little envious too, but I'm not with the bull. Like, I'm not, because I have something to lose. I'm not going to be on nobody's TikTok, right? Brawling on a ship.
Yeah.
But these people, they have that's what they attract on Carnival.
If I can jump in
for the most part.
If I can jump in.
Yeah.
I think we as a society, I'm sure I'm much older than you, we have to accept that the younger generation twerks and they have no shame. It's just what it is. Yes, they twerk. They're not going to stop. And they're not going to let somebody in their 50s or 40s tell them it's a bad thing. That's just what it is.
Star, you can't be 35, 36 twerking. I'm talking about bad built women. They're not young. It wasn't, no. They were much older.
I see white girls twerking too. I see white girls on the beach where I live right now. Emerald Isle, North Carolina. I see white girls on the beach. I turn my head. I keep walking. It's what they do now.
I'm gonna send you a video. I took a video of one twerking in Bahamas.
Please don't. Please don't.
A white girl.
Please don't. Please don't send me any videos of anybody twerking. No, thank you.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I'll take your.
You don't take videos.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just doing research. We're all over the place here. It's coming up on evening now. Do you care anything about child support? I was really focused on Horace Grant, the basketball player. His whole pension goes to child support. Any thoughts or no?
Oh wow. Damn, that's woof. No, okay. I have no thoughts. I don't get child support. I'm a divorcee.
Okay.
All kids, but I got, it depends on, I don't know the people's situations, but when you're married, you divorce, it depends on what goes in your divorce decree and whatever is signed into it, that's what it is. So okay. I don't have any, that's a lot of the whole pension. How many kids he got?
I think 6 or 7, but don't worry about it.
Damn.
Good to talk.
You know what? Yeah. You too. Thanks.
I'll talk to you. Bye now. Did child support change your life? Not ruin your life. I was going to say, did child support ruin your... I forgot how I said that earlier. Child support... kill your dreams or something. I forgot what I said. Ralph, I got your donation via Cash App. Thank you for your support. I'm black and I own a home. I can vacation anywhere. Well, that's Sunday, Sunday's going to be Sunday. Regarding reports on intimate partner violence, IPV, to the police, black women are more likely to report. Can you send a link? Who are you? Send a link. Where is your source? I could be wrong. Please send your source. Hey, guys, thank you for sending me emails with regards to Lake Lanier. For those of you new viewers, have you ever heard of Lake Lanier? Give you a second. People always die at Lake Lanier. It's exciting. If you subscribe to mysticism, it's haunted. I no longer live in Georgia, but when I did, I lived in Woodstock, and I used to go to Lake Lanier at least 4 times a month, and I would always rent boats, and sometimes I would go to Lake Allatoona. Anybody from Georgia in the live chat? I got my my card. You have to take a test so you can take the boats out by yourself. Yeah, Lake Allatoona, Lake Lanier, and the history of Lake Lanier. We've spoken about it many, many, many times. The town that was flooded, the ancestors, the fact that there are homes still down there. People jump out of the boats and they die because they get tangled up in the trees or whatever's down there. Bump their heads. There's a documentary on Lake Lanier. But anyway, thank you for your emails when you send me stuff about Lake Lanier. Let me see if I can find that one video. Somebody recently died at Lake Lanier. Not that I'm, laughing at people dying, but it's what it is. It's what it is. Oh, and I'm sorry. And a lot of people go there. They get drunk. They jump in the water. And they don't come back up until days or sometimes weeks or months later.
breaking at 11. 7 people walk away alive, but with painful burn injuries after a boat exploded on Lake Lanier. Atlanta News First reporter Alani Latang is live on Lake Lanier in Beaufort tonight. And Alani, you actually just got some new information from authorities.
Yeah, we're now learning that 7 people got injured with 2nd and 3rd degree burns, all of them going to the hospital. But a very traumatic scene for a lot of people that saw it and then were watching the rescue happen. So what we know from officials from the Department of Natural Resources and Hall County Fire is that that boat was being towed when it suddenly erupted and exploded, sending up 5-foot flames near the Margaritaville area of Lake Lanier. They say that the tow operator actually rescued all of them, and people, again, just describing that horrifying aftermath. Officials say they range in ages from just 5 years old to 45 years old. Again, it was very hard for witnesses to see.
They were crying, screaming, and you could see that they had been burnt.
Yeah, and that cause of the fire is still under investigation, and Hall County and the DNR are both investigating how this all happened. But we do know that everyone will be okay, but very traumatic, especially for those children. Reporting live on Lake Lanier, I'm Alani Latang, Atlanta News First.
Yeah, people have been dying there since the 50s. It's kind of like, what's that lake name in the Friday the 13th movie franchise? Was it Crystal Lake? Oh, I've had so much fun at Lake Lanier and the Margaritaville, as they just mentioned. Oh, the food is banging. I highly recommend you go to Lake Lanier. Just don't jump in the water. Don't do all that extra shit. You'll have a beautiful time. Area code 903. Are you there? Good evening. 90.
Yeah, I'm here, Troy.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear?
Yes, sir. How are you? It's cracking.
Can you hear me?
Shaking. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, man, I got a story to tell about that child support, baby boy.
Okay.
Man.
Okay.
Check this out, man. Hey, I want to know. I want your assessment after I finish,
Well,
right?
please watch the language. I have to say early.
Okay.
Please watch the language. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So check this out, man. I was married, right? So, I was doing my little old thing on the side, and I ended up getting the broad pregnant. Well, she got pregnant. All right. I said, well, hey, I'm married. I don't want no babies. I said, hey, you need to have an abortion. Well, she said she didn't believe in it. Well, I said, well, okay, well, then I should have the choice. Don't be obligated to pay no damn child support. Man, I ended up, the judge didn't see it my way. I had to pay child support, got a divorce, had to sell my house. Man, yeah, I just went through it, man. And I think it's not fair. Okay, it was like 11 years ago, the women had a choice to have an abortion or not, or give it up for adoption. I think the man should have a choice do he want to be a part of the baby's life or not? Because if I sign my rights over in Texas, you still have to pay child support unless the mother get married and the husband adopt the child. So you can sign your rights all you want, you still got to pay that child support. Yeah, so, man, it ain't fair for me. You know what I'm saying? I went through it, man. It's my first time calling, but, yeah, man, I had to speak on this child support stuff, man. It's crazy. It's a broke woman's hustle.
Can I ask, how old are you, sir, and how old is the woman who had your baby? She had the baby, yes?
Yeah, he's 11 years old now. I'm 45. He ought to be probably like 39.
Okay, so
and yeah,
so you crawled up in some younger snatch. You were married. You skeeted off, right?
Yeah.
And she pushed out that beautiful little life force, and those little eyes broke you in half. That's usually how it goes, right?
Man, I tried to run away from him. I wasn't even there when he was born or nothing, And then his cousin, her cousin, posted, put it on Facebook and posted and tag my name in it.
You saw the little fella and you got soft. You got soft.
Nah, hell no. I still didn't want it, man. I take care of him now.
But nah, I didn't want him. You know, I was married. I saved my marriage.
I tried to run from God. So hold on. You're a man of faith. Sounds like.
Well, yeah, I'm from the South, so yeah.
Okay.
You know.
I'm not trying to in no way, shape, or form make fun of your faith, sir. But you eventually you did the right thing. That's your seed.
Yeah, I'm taking care of him now. Yeah, I do it. I do extras. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I have to.
I mean, I pay child support. And
as you should, sir. But hang on a second. I have to say, with all due respect, salute to the hoe. She caught you slipping. Salute to the hoe.
Man, she didn't even need a baby, my man. She was broke as hell. You know, such a little freak elite.
Yeah.
Hell, she had like 3 other kids.
You were her come up, sir.
Yeah.
You were her come up. And you know,
Man,
as they say in the South, sir, don't stop a hoe from getting money. You were her come up.
Hey, man.
You were a lick, and sadly, your home fell apart. Sadly. Do you and your wife, who you're divorced from, do you guys have a child together?
Yeah, we got 2. They grown. I just had a grandbaby, but my daughter 2 weeks ago. So we all spent the night at the hospital until she had the baby. Yeah.
I appreciate this call. So I got nothing sideways to say. You take care of yours. You're a better man than me. I'm checking shit. I'm checking.
All right, boy. All right.
Yes, sir. Salute. Yeah. Ho caught him lacking. He crawled up in the pussy with no condom. What am I supposed to say? Crawled up in the pussy with no condom, skeeted all up in there, and now you want her to kill a piece of God. A piece of God for those who believe. Right or wrong, troll babies. Put a 1 in the live chat. That's God. How you gonna kill God? Was there another video I wanted to play? Hold on a second. Folks, we've been here over 5 hours. I got my strength up. I took a shot of Pharmacist 300 last night. Area code 601. Are you there? Can you hold, or do you want to talk now? 601. Are you ready?
Yeah, I can hold for a second, start if you need to do something.
Okay. Well, this other person's been on hold. I'll be right back. Stay there. Area code 267. Thank you for your patience. We're discussing a few topics. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Just please watch the language. That's all I ask. Where do you want to start?
Nah, no problem. I'm a man, the guy. Check it out.
Let's go, sir.
I'm 55 years old. I remember Len Bias well. I remember him well. Now, let me say 2 things. Please don't cut me off. The first thing is that I remember when he passed away. That was a very sad thing.
Yeah.
A very sad thing. And I felt like he was already looking like Jordan would look 2 years when he got in the NBA. I think, this is just me talking, right. I think he would have been better than Jordan. But what I do know for a fact is that Boston Celtics team that you like, had he lived and got on that team, it would have looked nothing like we know it to have looked with Bird in them. It would have been totally different because he was a runner. He was flying above the rafters. Bird, I don't even think Bird would have been there because Bird was saying already he wouldn't have been able to keep up. I heard Bird say that.
I'm listening.
I'm done. I just wanted to share that. Yeah, I just wanted to share that because I remember that, man. It was very sad. You know, he died suddenly, and you did ask somebody, was it the first time? I heard one of his teammates say that they had never did that before, that was only like the first time. And I'm not sure if you know, but his brother also died. They died really young.
His younger brother died a year or so later. But now, hang on a second. You say you're 50 what?
I'm 55.
And you saw him play?
Oh, absolutely.
In college?
I saw him play. In Maryland. But not only that.
And what was his name again, sir?
His name was Len Bias. Or you saying my name?
No, sir. His name was not Lynn. It was Len. Len.
No, it was L-E-N.
Yes.
L-E-N.
Len.
Yes.
Sir. Len. Not Lynn.
Yeah, man.
L-I-N. I'm just trying to check to make sure you know what you're talking about. I never saw him play.
Come on, sir. I'm from Philly.
Okay.
I'm from Philly.
Okay.
You've been here.
Okay. Well, according to the reports, he was smoking boulders, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I don't know.
Hang on, sir. So let's get that. He would have been better than Jordan shit off the table. Ain't no nigga. Sir. He was smoking boulders, freebasing. Not crack.
He was.
Hang on, sir. I let you speak. Let me speak now.
Yes, sir.
He was smoking pure coke. The nigga's body would have gave out in less than 2 years. I'm sorry, man. Up there in Boston, as much as they practice to perfect that system, you think he would have been able to sneak off and go beam up to Scotty and then come back to practice and nobody would know nothing?
Well, that all depends on if he did it again. That's that booger sugar. Now, you an expert at that.
No, sir. Booger sugar is sniffing cocaine. He was smoking. It's a big difference. Now, hold on a second. Didn't they fire the coach at when he was at Maryland? Len Bias coach? The coach?
Okay, now let me.
I'm asking, sir. I'm asking.
I don't want to lie.
If you don't know, say I don't know.
I can't remember.
If you don't know, say you don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember.
They may have fired the coach because he may have known that Len Bias was freebasing.
Oh no, I never heard that.
Can you Google it? I'll wait for it. I'm doing research. Can you pull out your phone?
Okay. Can I
pull out a crayon or something? What you got? Look, come on. Let's take our time, big nigga.
Okay. When you saw him, because I know you saw.
I never saw him play, sir. No. After he died, I started watching VHS tapes. Never saw him play.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Troll babies. Did they fire the coach of Maryland after Len Bias died? That's the question. Can you Google that, sir? I'll wait for you. Somebody said that earlier. I think it may have been the Most High. Fired the coach. He probably knew what was going on.
I'm Googling it.
Go on and Google.
I'm Googling it. Your troll babies are faster than me, but you still didn't answer my question.
What's your question? I'm sorry. What's your question?
My question is, on those VHS tapes that you saw, do you feel like, because there's a clear game on there where he's playing Jordan, do you feel like he was better than Jordan at the time?
The answer is no, sir. They went back and forth. He was a talent, a superstar. Don't get it twisted. But did you check the stats? It's like he wasn't wiping the floor with Jordan. Jordan gave him that smoke too, sir. They had respect for They had respect for each other. When he died, Jordan sent flowers to his family first. What'd you find out, sir? Did they fire the coach? Fire the coach.
No. It says that, he was forced to resign.
Yeah. They let him step down.
It says he was forced to
let him step down.
Yep.
Let him step down. Yeah. How could you not pay attention? Goddamn superstar smoking boulders.
He was a superstar.
Yeah.
Me and you have a difference of opinion on that.
That's fine.
I thought the guy was an amazing talent. I do think that he was better. Yeah. But you know what? Another thing is, we don't know if he had made it to Boston. Would you still have liked the team? Because the way that the team played, a bunch of white boys, we know how you love them. But once Bias would have,
I don't love anybody, sir. Don't try and be slick with your mouth now. Don't try and be slick. You know, my mother's Caucasian, but just watch your step. Now hold on a second.
Yes, I know.
Deed says Lefty Dreisel, the Maryland basketball coach, did resign in the aftermath of Len Bias' death. While he wasn't technically fired, his resignation was a direct result of the controversy surrounding Bias' death. So,
but I never heard him say that he knew.
Well, so you can do your own research. We're having a discussion. To answer your question, sir, Michael Jordan is the greatest. Point blank, period. And nothing was going to stop that, sir. Len Bias was a great player. But when Michael Jordan started popping on all cylinders, that's it, man. So he took out Boston. He took out Magic Johnson. And that's the end of the story. But I'll let you land your plane. Go ahead.
All right, I'm landing the plane with, I need you to go back and research a little bit more of Kareem and Bill Russell, 11 rings.
Sir, stop. We're not doing all that, man. We're talking about Len Bias, man. Land your plane about Len Bias and Jordan. Come on, man.
Look, I'm not saying Jordan is not great, man, but at least put respect on Kareem's name. Listen, Star, you not young. You've seen all this.
We've spoken about Kareem before, so that's not the topic tonight, though. But thank you for the call, man.
Right. All right. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Salute, sir. Salute. I want to make sure with this discussion here tonight that you people get your heads right. Len Bias was not going to be better than Jordan. Jordan was not smoking boulders, huh? Thank you, the Most High. Okay. Yeah, the Most High said he resigned. He did not say he got fired. Thank you for the clarification. This is a research show. Someone sent in a Zelle donation. Thank you so much. Hey, Maddie, you are appreciated. Maddie, okay. Miss Magic, okay. For the machine. Area code 601, and we're doing an extended show. Are you there? We're talking about a few topics. Child support.
Yes. Yes, Star. I want to talk about child support most definitely, but please. I just want to make one comment about the Len Bias and Michael Jordan thing.
Go ahead, sir.
Michael Jordan is more disciplined than Len Bias. That's why he's the greatest player ever, because he was more disciplined.
Yep.
And that's about that. Like I said, Len Bias was a talent. He was a great athlete. He was a talent, but Jordan was a more disciplined player than Len Bias. So that'll kill that conversation. But I want to talk about child support, and it's just like I said, it's there for a reason. But I think child support is done incorrect because every state has different child support laws. So if you're a guy that's paying child support, and let's say you're paying your child support, you get another job, but now you got to get taxed from that job as well. So let's say I'm paying $400 a month, from my first job, but I had to get a second job because the first job wasn't covering everything.
Okay.
So when I do my verification every year, now I got to put that second income on there, which makes your child support go up.
Okay.
So I just think there needs to be a solid law across the board for child support. If you have a child, you're supposed to take care of them regardless of the fact. Also, too, child support can affect your credit. It can affect you getting a job because it's like a bill not being paid. Okay. So it also gets you put in jail as well. If you're not paying child support on time or you're missing payments and stuff like that, they put that warrant on you. You're getting locked up for child support. So it's like I said, it's a good thing to have, but they just need to change the laws a little bit because sometimes some people can't afford those $400 and $500 a month payments and stuff like that with child support. And if you spend the time with your child and stuff like that, that should count for something.
Child support, to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, is based upon it's not just the child. You've gotten the mother accustomed to a certain way of living. Yes, no?
Right. Yeah, because like I said before, because now since she has to do everything, it's coming out of her pocket and stuff like that. So like I said, I understand the reason for child support.
Now, hold on a second. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you can take a smut bitch out of the slums, you elevate her lifestyle, and if you and the smut bitch or former smut bitch break up, you then have to continue paying what you elevated the smut bitch to. Is that how it works? That's what I think.
Yeah, that's a law, Star. That is a law. So yeah, it's a bad law, but that's the law.
So she may have grown up, eating I don't know, oodles and noodles, living in buildings with pissy elevators all her life. But you elevated the smut bitch. You got the smut bitch walking on marble floors, 5 and 6 different types of juice in the goddamn the refrigerator. And now you got to pay this smut bitch what she has become. Not what she truly is, but what she became, right?
But that's the chance you take when you see a smut female out here looking good and you shoot up in her. That's the choices you make.
That's a whole fact.
It's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? You get drunk off the Henny or the Rennie.
Oh, no, so there's something you can do about it. Keep it bagged up. Keep it bagged up.
But if you're on the Henny or the fish scale or something like that, you're not gonna remember to keep it bagged up.
I'll give you the last word. You get the last word.
Yeah, but like I said, just with the child support thing, man, the law just need to kind of sort of be changed because, like I said, it's all for the women. Now some men have, became successful with child support, but it's really based upon the women. So, they just need to change the laws. And and one more thing, so the Carnival Cruise Line, it reminds me of Spirit Airlines.
Man.
That's the spirit of cruises.
I don't think I've ever taken Spirit, but what is that? Southwest. I took Southwest one time. That's brutal.
Well, Spirit is way below Southwest.
Yeah. Wow. I appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Hey, good show, Star.
I said thank you.
Yep.
Okay, someone sent me a link here. Some AI overview. Thank you. Who are you? Pastor LaClara. Did I say that right? Or LaClara? I don't want to say your full name, but thank you so much. Some research indicates that Black women are more likely to report intimate partner violence, IPV, to the police compared to white women. Specifically, studies using data from the National Crime Victimization Survey, NCVS, have found that Black women are twice as likely to report IPV to the police. However, it is important to consider the complexities surrounding police reporting in different communities. Distrust of the police, as I said, fear of escalation or negative consequences, intersection of race or gender, community and cultural factors. Okay. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I would still, outside of this research, this data, this AI overview, I've had some brawls. I've never had a Black woman call the police. Oh, I had 2 white bitches call police. 2 white bitches call police. And, oh my God, and a Hispanic. Hispanic called the police too. As she was trying to stab me with the knife. Calling police. Thank you for your donation. I just call. Hey, Janet, good to hear from you on a Monday evening. So good to hear your call. Where are you, Janet?
Hey, Star. How are you?
I'm alive, Janet. Niggas out here dying, having mild strokes, all sorts of crazy shit. Here I am, still alive. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, no.
Where do you want to start?
Well, I want to start with this Lou Ross song that all these men are calling up, singing. If I coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's what most folks say, right? How many condoms do they?
Say again. Go back. Go back. Go
God
back.
damn. How many condoms? How many condoms do they make a year?
I don't know.
They make hundreds of thousands of condoms a year.
Millions.
And these people walking around.
Millions of condoms.
Yeah, millions. And these people walking around talking about something, complaining about child support. Now, if you love that woman, first of all, if you're going up into a woman and you're not married and she have a baby and you take your ass, you take your butt in the hospital and sign your name on a document, and that's on you. That's on you. If you ain't got a contract, why you in inside the documents? I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? You might
Janet talking to these niggas. Let's go, Janet. Say it again. If you skeet up in there and you sign something, that's on you. Come on, Janet.
That's for you. You might as well have to give her your Social Security number on the first date. What is going on?
Right.
What is going on?
Right.
I don't understand it. There's 123-12-0014. That's the Social Security number. Just in case you need to find me. What's wrong? So I don't know. I don't know, sir. I don't know. Because my whole thing is this, and then you have some fellas, I've been listening, but you know what I've been going through, so I have my ups and downs.
I got you.
So I was listening to the show, and the guys was like, listen, don't you ever regret it. If a child is here, the child is here. You do what you can.
Right.
And then you got to think about it. If that woman is so against you and all this stuff, imagine what she's doing to that child at home behind them closed doors.
Facts.
Especially if that child look like you.
Right.
You are that child's best advocate. So you're not fighting for your child support. You're fighting for that life. Because that life, the way you treat that life and advocate for that life is the way that life is going to grow up to be either a hinder or a plus for society.
Right.
You can break that cycle. The child is here. And a lot of women, like, how men, they treat the child. It's a reflection of the love that they have for the mother. It's the same thing with the woman. So I
got to jump in right there because, you see, you and I are from a different era, and I so appreciate you, how you came on talking about if these guys skeet off in it and then sign something, that's on you. A lot of times with the newer generation, they can't distinguish between lust, infatuation, and celebration of the flesh. Let me say that again. They cannot distinguish between lust, celebration of the flesh, and infatuation. None of that shit ain't got nothing to do with love.
No, don't.
None of those three things got a goddamn thing to do with love. If you love somebody and you're working towards something, then okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But if you just smash your bitch based upon appearance and you excuse my language, you skeet up in there, hey, you rolled the dice. You rolled the dice. You better do like I did. 2 days later, come back with a handful of money and say, hey, I got 2 bands right here. What you want to do? Sign this, or I'll go with you to the clinic. But let's take care of this now. Anyway, I'm rambling. Go ahead, Janet.
But see, and here's the thing. And another thing, on the ladies' side, a lot of ladies always talk about how they was dating ballers and people with money, and then y'all go get pregnant by
bum niggas.
A
bum nigga.
Now you are getting child support for it, right? So you spend out money to go mess around with Quan around the corner. Yeah, you always claiming that you balling out and you getting flued out and all this other stuff, right, and all these fancy dancy dinners, but to go have your kid by Quan and that you in child support without a marriage license, ring, nothing. And then you want to sit up here and you want to talk stuff. Come on, shut up. Shut up. It is what it is. All right. Yeah. So you don't take that out on your child.
Right.
So I'm telling the fellas, please, if you have a woman is combative like that, sometimes you gotta be a warrior and take that, because imagine if she's doing that to you, how you think she's pouring out her regret on your seed? Because that's your seed. That's your seed. You understand? No matter what going on, at the end of the day, that's your seed. And, you know, I don't know if I want to get biblical or not, but my God is...
Well, hang on a second, but before you go into that direction, let me ask you a question, and I appreciate your honesty. In your opinion, is it better for a man to walk away, leave the woman and the kid, and deal with whatever, however, after that male or female becomes of age? Just walk away. I'll see you in 18 years. Or should he try to, be a father with somebody who he may or may not like and or love? Janet.
Okay. I can answer.
You want my opinion first? Want my opinion first?
Okay.
Walk away. Walk away.
Okay. Yeah. Now, I have a 74-year-old man with land down in Jamaica, enough to put a damn resort on, right? Now, he was married in Jamaica with his wife. They had 6 kids. He came over to the United States before her, got up with this white woman, divorced his wife, and left his kids. Now, this man got grandkids, everything. You know, this man sit at home by himself, got plenty of money, that owns stuff all over the tri-state area, plenty of money. Got land down in Jamaica, got land up here. He don't have nobody to leave it to. He don't have no, because the woman that he left his wife for, because
that's called happiness.
White woman, this woman about.
That's called happiness.
No, this man is sad. This man is sad. I know. This man is sad. This man is sad. He pretends that he's not.
Says who? Says who?
I'm telling you, this man is sad, because let me tell you something. He's healthy as an ox. I've seen this man. He done on my last house. I seen this man put the things up and climb up on my roof and fix my roof. I mean, he hooked my house up. But my whole thing is this: in about 10 years, when he gonna need somebody to wipe his ass, he got great kids, grandkids out here he never met. Who's gonna help him?
That's the same thing you keep trying to say. Who's gonna take care of you? A nurse. A nurse.
These nurses
hold on. Let me speak. Let me speak. I let you speak. Let me speak. I let you speak. That's what a nurse is for. That's what insurance is for. If it gets to that point, goddamn, I'll move into a assisted living facility. But I don't want somebody taking care of me who does not love or respect me. Jackie Chan, the actor, I think he's worth $500 million. Do you know he said he's leaving nothing to his son? You know that?
Well, what was his relationship with his son?
He loves him. Anybody in the live chat know what I'm talking about? The Jackie Chan from the Rush Hour and all the classic films. He said, no, he wants his son to earn his own money. I ain't leaving him nothing. Got $500 million. Go ahead.
Well, that's a different story. When you up and leave your ex-wife with 6 kids that are new to America to follow this white woman, and you dismiss them, and now you sitting up in here, and I'm sitting up here on Google and find this person. Okay, I get in touch with one of his daughters and whatever, and I'm like, okay, so you say this and say that. That man gets down there and cuss that woman out. I'm like, what is wrong with you with all this work? You know, what is going on with your mentality? Well, they supposed to.
What's that, Janet? Hold on a second. Janet, what's that got to do with you? The man in Jamaica was 74 years of age. What's that got to do with you, though? You say.
Well, he's 74 now. What I'm saying is, I see this. So when I say when people walk away, it comes a time, because like I was going to say before, I serve a generational God. You walk away. You walking away from generations of your seed, something you planted. Now I'm not that type of person that I can see to see somebody, walk away from something. You planted that, you made that. How you? That's why I don't understand the mentality.
Can I answer?
Of some of these biological parents.
Can I answer?
I can't.
Can I answer?
Okay.
Can I answer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just because you are a biological parent does not mean that the kid is going to be shit, Janet.
But you roll the dice.
You roll the dice. You may love the child, the son, daughter, but the child is headed to nowhere fast, and you realize, this is a bad seed. It's a bad seed.
Well, again, with that generational stuff, right? A lot of stuff happened with my siblings and myself and my mother. We went through the crack era. We had mental illness, all kinds of stuff, manic depressors, all kinds of stuff, manic depression, all kinds of things, all kinds of things. I'm the first one here to tell you this, right? But now, all right. Now, what about my mother grandkids? I ain't going to say it on air or anything like that, but you've seen the letters, you've seen the pictures. Right. You're talking about nobility.
I don't want to put your
in the United States with a black face.
I'm not going to put your business out there, but I appreciate you. All right,
I know, but what I'm saying is, that's generational. You never know what you planted a seed. You never know. You might not get a good crop one year, but next year when that dirt turned over, you might get a better crop.
Janet,
so that's why I say generational.
Janet, you're an exception to the rule, though. Sometimes you skeet up in something, the kid come out, got some type of bronchitis. What do you call that other shit? You got the breathing stuff. What do you call that? Asthma,
sickle cell, all that. But see, my thing is, if they weren't
scoliosis, a club foot, who knows?
But I understand that.
I mean, no disrespect to nobody who's got kids like that. I'm just talking.
But what I'm saying is, you don't understand. Sometimes it's a generational thing.
Little nigga got tuberculosis.
Listen. All right, I understand that, Star. You're going to get what you're going to get, but that's not all you're going to get because you have generations behind that.
Oh, shit.
You have generations behind that. My sister was on drugs, had her babies. Her babies were in the hospital.
Nigga autistic, and he got a hunchback. I'm out of here.
Right. But then again, her offspring was so honored. But listen, her offspring was so honored. I sat at the table with Bloomberg himself at a special presentation for one of her kids because he had achieved so much. It's generational. That's what I'm saying. So if you have your kid, you roll the dice. But I can't understand if you didn't want a kid and all this other stuff, then put on one of them prophylactics while you walking around, sitting up here and say, "Oh, it's all her fault."
You're right.
No,
you're right.
You roll the dice.
You're right. Janet,
you understand what I'm saying?
Janet, can I take another break? Great to talk to you. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you so
much.
All right. Bye now.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Star, for taking my call.
Thank you so much.